Tribune. Tribune. The past and the present come together when Johnny Cash enters this jail.
All right. Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know? Some ate plants and some ate meat. Some ate fish and some ate beets. One was called a diplodocus. One was bigger than your school bus. One was called a triceratops, 3 horns to stop anything that hops. Now, can't you just see yourself walking along, leading your pet trachodon, or feeding your brontosaurus rex, or scratching your diplodocus neck, or riding on a stegosaurus back, or swimming in a brachiosaurus track? Oh, what a time and oh, what fun, playing tag with your iguanodon. And if we had dinosaurs now, could they get along with a horse and a cow? Well, I wish they hadn't have become extinct. Dinosaurs would be nice pets and friends to have around to run outside and play with every day, don't you think?
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have you here right now. Thank you for joining us once again. Happy Monday to you. At least it's Monday here. I didn't realize I had my volume so low. There we go. It's a holiday Monday here in the United States of America. But I'm still here, and we're still going to talk dinosaurs. It's going to be a good day. No matter what day it may be, wherever you are.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Science Streams. Thank you for that tier 3 sub. And 33 months is a long time, Belint. It really is. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long through your support. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend, no matter where or when you're watching from. Whether you're watching live now in a time zone similar to my own, or one more advanced, or whether you're watching sometime in the future, either in the VOD or on YouTube. I'm glad you're here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. For those of you who might be here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Tropical Delta, home of the big plant eaters and of the monsters who chased them.
And Michael F01, thank you for those 6 months of support. Thank you for that. Yeah, where was I? My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. Well, I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about fossils, talking about new discoveries in paleontology, talking about my own fieldwork and research, illustrations and all that stuff, and those of my colleagues. I'm here to bring the world of paleontology to you, to the best of my ability. So whether that's streaming from here in the office, doing Q&A streams, or fossil news, or whether it's streaming live from the field, digging up dinosaurs live on Twitch, like we were doing this past summer, and will hopefully be doing again this summer. My whole point is to show you what paleontology is like. Not just tell you about it, but show you. So yeah, if that sounds good to you, then I hope you stick around. Let's go through chat real quick here and we'll see who is here. And then we'll do a game of Metazua before today's entry expires. Which I think it does around 4 p.m. California time, which I think is about midnight Greenwich Mean Time. So yeah. And thank you for those 300 bits, Lady Lara Croft. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you for the support. Who have we got? Subpar Umpire, Womp Womp Sad, Kodali, Hugin, Little Pink Pony, Golganek, Lenina, Science Streams, Arg, I got sucked into Twitch, Neilf, Golganek, the Lenina again. How are you doing, Lenina? I hope you had a wonderful weekend. Let's see. Neilf, Arg, Hugin, and Kodali. Thank you for... I did not ask you to do this, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I'm a little bit embarrassed. I don't know, embarrassed is a... I'm bashful about this. Kodali. Kodali says, nominate Danny for the Streamer of the Year Awards. I didn't know this was going on. Thank you, Kodali. Shoot, if anybody would like to do that. We actually were on the Streamer Awards last year. I showed up for a brief, 2-second clip right before, and I can't actually share it because it was because of the other clips around it. Anyway, yeah, they just happened to pick the perfectly wrong spot. But those of you who saw it. But unfortunately, I can't share it here. Anyway, Holy Lifton, how are you doing? Welcome. Trappy Jenkins, it's good to see you. Dr. Irrefutable, hello. And Ozzy and Sharky are back too. Howdy, Ozzy and Sharky. Fall Machine, Baja Smancer, Oscar Juniors. Sculpin. Sculpin's awards nomination submitted. Thank you, thank you. Sculpin, I appreciate that. I do. Yeah. And then the Trek Nerd. How are you doing, Trek Nerd? Welcome. Welcome. Smorphosaurus. Hello, hello to you. I hope you're doing well. Sandwich Nom Nom. What's shaking? And Miss Yvette, thank you for those 300 bits. We're working on a level 2 hype train here. We've got like...
Kepper MN gifted a tier 1 sub to Moonrise_Rabbit.
Kepper, thank you for that. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Kepper. Excellent. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I often do, Niffler. Thank you for those 100 bits. Thank you for that.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And a Truckhorn, thank you for that gift sub there.
Horn gifted a tier 1 sub to Logan and Rocco.
I appreciate that, Truckhorn. I really, really do. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Krautland, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here. 10 streams. That is a little consistency. That's a lot of consistency, Krautland. Yeah. We've got Displacer and Otter Do It. Howdy, Otter. I'm glad you're here. Welcome back. Lady Fiend. And Oscar Bar 16 says, how are you? I am quite well, Oscar Bar. I hope you are too. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Ferduspa says, hello there. How is it going? It's going well, I gotta say. Better now that you're here. Ferduspa. Welcome back. It's good to have you. And Claire Burr says, it was an odd place to put you. It was, Claire. How are you doing, Claire? I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're feeling a bit better, Claire. It's good to see you. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Horns Fan says, good afternoon, Danny in chat. And same to you, Horns Fan. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. David656 says, if you're single, blame the dinosaurs. You know, it's maybe not the most unhealthy of impulses. You could do a lot worse. You could have much worse, you know, objects of your blame than dinosaurs, I suppose. Yeah. And howdy, Danny and Skull. Dippy. No, now this is Camarasaurus right here. Although it's really funny that you ask that. Yeah, this is a skull of Camarasaurus. The most common plant-eating dinosaur from the most common sauropod, at least, from the late Jurassic Morrison Formation of Colorado and Wyoming, Utah. Yeah, the big Morrison states. Yeah, Camarasaurus. But it's funny if you ask if it's Dippy because... Well, I suppose I can talk about this already. I'm currently printing Dippy's skull right now on the 3D printer. That is going. Printing the skull of Dippy, the famous Diplodocus. Let's find a video of her real quick, and then I'll run and grab the pieces that are done. We've just started with it. But, yeah. And did I paint that? Yeah, this is ages ago, Claire, I painted this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's see here. Let's take a look at this I haven't seen before. Yeah. Those of you who are from the UK are almost certainly familiar with Dippy. Really, really famous specimen. Yeah, and I'm just doing the skull. I can't print the whole skeleton. I do not have the budget to do that. Nor do I have the files. And I don't have the camera set up yet, Miss Yvette. I was really hoping this would be more of a, you know, produced video here. Let's try this. There we go. There she is.
Is one of the most iconic specimens in our entire collection.
Yep.
Dippy has been delighting.
Which is pretty funny because she's not. I don't know. It's as an American dinosaur paleontologist, I have to check myself a little bit and not be too haughty about this, because like the most famous dinosaur in the United Kingdom is from Wyoming, USA, and it's a cast. Tabanji. Well, well, well. Tabanji.
13 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
I appreciate you, Tabanji. Thank you for your raid. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you? It's good to have you here. How did your stream go? Looks like you were doing something called My Time at Sandrock. Ooh, sounds geological. Very nice, Tabanji. Yeah. Got Bonji, Bald Squirrel. Good to have you back. Yeah. But yeah. We baked brownies, says Womp Womp Sat. Wait. I don't think you're describing what happened during that stream, Womp Womp Sat. And speaking of the United Kingdom, we have arrived. Yes, Tabanji. I am currently 3D printing the skull of your most famous dinosaur in the UK. The most famous dinosaur in the UK is not from the UK, though. Nor is it an actual, fossil bone skeleton. It's a cast of a dinosaur from Wyoming, USA. Dippy, the Diplodocus. Everyone knows and loves her. Let's talk about her a little bit.
Dippy is one of the most iconic specimens in our entire collection. And Dippy has been delighting visitors here in London for well over 100 years. But we wanted visitors from outside London to be inspired by Dippy. And that's why we launched our most ambitious national program.
And we'll watch a little bit more of this and maybe we'll get into the actual history behind Dippy. But yeah.
The Garfield Weston Foundation has been supporting charities since 1958, and since then has made donations of over 1.2 billion pounds. Our trustees supported.
Casts are done nowadays, with silicone molds, Krautland. But the actual material that we use for dinosaur fossil casts is usually resin nowadays, which is kind of like pourable plastic that hardens after you pour it into a mold. Yeah. And that's how this was. Oh, shoot, we got to go back to the history behind Dippy, huh? Let's do that. There we go. This has got a nice little snippet of that in this documentary here. Come on now.
To see another day.
There we go.
Much of what we know about Diplodocus is a result of American philanthropy on the grand scale. Not long after the bone wars were over, another American millionaire became fascinated by dinosaurs. Andrew Carnegie, who made a fortune out of steel, read a story in the New York Journal of 1898.
Yeah.
The headline said, "Biggest dinosaur ever found." Andrew Carnegie wanted it. He wanted it for his museum in Pittsburgh. What Andrew Carnegie wanted, he usually got. He immediately dispatched a man with a check for $10,000 and the orders, "Buy it."
And Spinonicus Art, I am working on a Spinosaurid paper. I'm going to be publishing it this year. Hold me to that. I am publishing that this year. And if I could give you a word on it, I'll give you, here we go. Bears. Bears. That is the word. Bears. You said a word, right? Yeah. And bee burgers. Yeah. You'll just have to see. You'll just have to see. Anyway, let's continue. And that is Walter Cronkite there, Golganek. Yes,
In
indeed.
1895, Carnegie had made his fortune in railroads and steel.
Hey, Alex Vixen. Welcome, welcome.
He decided to gift to Pittsburgh
And there you go, Ladina, yeah.
the Palace of Culture. And the palace had 4 columns. One was art, another was literature, another was music.
Very exciting. Thanks, Spinonigazart. It'll be cool. It'll be cool.
And in 1898, science meant dinosaurs.
Yeah. Science still means dinosaurs in 2024, you know? I don't know if there are any scientific fields that advance as quickly and as dramatically and in such an interesting fashion as dinosaur science. You know? I'm biased in that direction, of course, but I think it's true, you know? Dinosaur science is just one of those fields that it never stops. Yeah. What was I trying to show you here? Does anybody remember these? The eyewitness videos? Does anybody remember? So they did a whole series of videos here. Planets, fish, reptile, amphibian, life, desert, volcano, ocean, seashore, rock and mineral, skeleton, insect, and of course, dinosaur. These were all produced in the, I think, early 1990s through the mid-1990s, something like that. And they were really, really good. We've watched the dinosaur one a couple times on this channel before, and it's still a nice springboard for discussion. But I don't think there is a single one of these that's as out of date nowadays as the dinosaur one. Dinosaur science, just in the 25 years since that was produced, actually maybe close to 30 years now, holy cow. Dinosaur science has just completely changed. Like, the one about insects, or the one about the skeleton, the one about deserts, or fishes, or volcanoes. Like, there will be a few changes and updates that are necessary there, but none of these are as egregiously out of date as this one, and that's not a bad thing. What that tells you is that dinosaur science just increases by leaps and bounds every single year. And there have been more papers published on dinosaurs in the past 30 years since this came out than there were published for the entirety of the history of dinosaur paleontology before that. So leading up to this point, let's just say speculatively there were 1,000 papers on dinosaurs published. There's probably been like 5,000 papers on dinosaurs published since then. I don't know if 5,000 is too many, but it's a lot, you know? It's really interesting to think about, you know? Yeah. And Spinonicus says that's part of why I love paleontology. It jumps into new ideas and it progresses so fast. It's amazing how fast it can progress. It really is. Yeah. And that's the beauty of it. Exactly, Panzer Kaiju. Exactly. Yes, indeed. That's part of why paleontology is so exciting and interesting. So yeah. Dr. Afsan says the planets one is probably the same. Well, in the planets one, I'm sure they talked about how there were 9 planets. Now we have 8. You know, Pluto is no longer classed as a true planet. It's more of the largest of the planetoids, or one of the largest. But yeah. Exoplanets. Actually, out of all of these, the one that's probably changed the most apart from the dinosaurs one is probably the planets one. Yeah. Volcano might be second to that. Or, yeah. After. But yeah. But yeah. And Diagonal says, just this week we learned that Neptune isn't as blue as we've been led to believe. Yeah, Diagonal, I saw that too. Where we've got better photographs of it. Neptune is less blue, and I think Uranus is more blue than we thought before. And that's because some of the previous images were, like, enhanced in order to to be able to make them more distinct. But yeah. And bee burgers, maybe the ocean one too. 10 times the plastic and acid that you... Yeah, bee burgers. Yeah. Anyway, the reason why I thought of this is that I had an old copy of the Dorling Kindersley dinosaur book. I might still have it in my dad's garage or something. It looked like this. But Dippy was featured very prominently in it. And in some like reprints of this book, she's actually on the cover. There's a cast of her skull that's on the front cover or back cover. I don't know if we're gonna find it here. But anyway. Dippy, the Diplodocus. Yeah. If you're from the UK, this dinosaur is... Well, this is one of the dinosaurs that really kind of helped reinstill dinosaur mania in the British public, in the public at large around the world, in the early 20th century. It's a really cool story. Yeah. And Spinonicus Art says, that's why people like you are so important. Oh, Spinonicus. You're the kind of person who can get people so easily excited about dinosaur paleontology. You just give off that kind of presence, and that makes you awesome. Spinonicus, I really appreciate that. Thank you for saying so. It means a lot, and that's what I'm trying to do here. So, thank you for that feedback. It makes me glad, because that's my whole intent here, you know?
Dinosaurs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Carnegie's money bought him the best bone hunters of the day, but no amount
Some
of
of them.
searching, it seemed, would unearth the skeleton he yearned for. 2 months later, his investment paid off. Carnegie's diggers struck lucky. Very lucky.
And Aspen, you're from the UK as well? Yeah.
What they found...
Well, it's because of, was it the King of England at the time? It's because of the King of England at the time that Dippy became such an icon. Here, I'll show you.
Was this a giant toe bone of a dinosaur sticking out of the rock? And they got very excited because when they started excavating the rock from around the toe bone, they found that the toe bones led to the ankle bones. And
That's exactly what you want.
to the shin bones of the
That's ideally like the ideal circumstance. You find just one of the extremities of a dinosaur just poking out of the rock face. And then you dig in and there's more and more and more. If you find a sacrum or something, like the hips, that could mean that the rest of the dinosaur is already weathered out and you'll only find the tail or you only find the front half. But to find an extremity like that, to see it going into the hillside, that is what you want to see as somebody prospecting for dinosaurs in the first place. That is ideal.
dinosaur. And the shin bones led to the proverbial thigh bones of the dinosaur. It
Yep.
was the most perfect July 4th that any paleontologist has ever had, and Carnegie got exactly
There you
what
bee
he
burgers,
wanted,
yeah.
an 84-foot colossal dinosaur.
There's her beautiful skull right there, which is complicated. We'll talk about why. That's the original, though, in Pittsburgh.
Star-spangled dinosaur, because it was found on July 4th, Independence Day.
Yep.
The dinosaur Diplodocus became not only the toast of Pittsburgh and the toast of North America, but it became the toast of the world.
Yeah.
It became so wildly popular. A tavern song was written in honor of Diplodocus, which only had one verse, at least one verse that has survived. It went something like, "The crowned heads of Europe all make a royal fuss over Uncle Andy and his old Diplodocus." Uncle Andy must have loved it. He paid for it, and he got everything he paid for and more. Casts of Diplodocus carnegii were made for and installed in Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, and Buenos Aires. that really set the stage for the popularity of dinosaurs and of the great studies on dinosaurs. Here,
Yep.
tangible evidence to all the people of Europe of the terrific dinosaur finds that were occurring in North America.
Yep. It was a big deal. It was a big deal indeed. Dippy the Diplodocus. And they didn't really talk about it here, but the reason why industrialists, some would say Robert Barron, Andrew Carnegie, made copies of the Dippy skeleton, sent them to these museums around the world, is his idea was, well, first I'll tell you how it started. He was at his castle that he purchased in his native Scotland. Andrew Carnegie was like a naturalized American citizen, but he was from Scotland originally. He emigrated to the U.S. He became just obscenely wealthy. Way wealthier than any person ever should be. But he was committed. I think he felt a real guilt about that later on in his life. He had kind of an Ebenezer Scrooge epiphany. And he decided, oh shoot, I need to start giving this money away. He had some semblance of a conscience, you know? And part of that was erecting these enormous museums. These palaces, cathedrals to human knowledge, art, creativity in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the USA. And he really wanted the world's largest dinosaur for that, so he sent crews out, and they found this Diplodocus, which wasn't the world's largest, but it was still incredible, and he made a huge deal out of it. And he had a portrait of that, a portrait of the Diplodocus, framed on the wall of his castle in Scotland, because he bought a castle in Scotland after this. And the King of England, when visiting him, looked at that and said, like, oh, by George, we want this kind of thing in England. And he says, you know what? I'll give you one. And so he had a copy made of it, brought to England, donated to the Natural History Museum. There's a wonderful exhibit about this that I was lucky enough to see this past year when I was in Utah for a big field conference. And that was... let's see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Dippy, the world's oldest celebrity. They were still completing this exhibit at the Prehistoric Museum at the College of Eastern Utah. And it was a beautiful exhibit. It really was. And the reason they did this is they actually had a plaster and concrete, I think, cast of Dippy. A long-lost one. And they're like, we need to build an exhibit around this. And so they did. Here's what I was talking about right here. In the fall of 1902, Andrew Carnegie received a surprising telegram at his lavish home in Scotland, Skibo Castle, from the King of England. Edward VII announced that he and a royal party would be visiting Skibo Castle that very day. Uh-oh. That's short notice. Carnegie, always eager to associate with world leaders, put the household into action. The king arrived, and the royal party enjoyed lunch and a tour of Skibo's modern amenities. Retiring to the study for port and cigars, the king noticed a large plate etching of Diplodocus carnegii hanging on the study wall. This one right here. And what is this, Mr. Carnegie? He said. Ah, replied Mr. Carnegie, a namesake of mine, one of the largest quadrupeds that ever walked the earth. The king, who as the Prince of Wales had long served as a member of the Board of Trustees for the British Museum, at once replied, we must have one for the British Museum. Do not fail to secure us a specimen. I don't know if that sounded quite posh enough. Apologies. I didn't warm up. But, yeah. And so, once that happened, in 1905, a cast was unveiled in London. And this was such a success that Andrew Carnegie realized, like, hey, we've got a real golden goose here. Let's keep getting those eggs. And so he started making more replicas for other places around the world. Like the capital of Germany in 1908. There had been tensions brewing in Europe, and the same tensions that would eventually lead to World War I were already heating up around 1908. And Andrew Carnegie... Cozy and Chaos, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Andrew Carnegie thought, oh shoot, like it looks almost like there could be war on the horizon. He says, maybe I can use my dinosaur for diplomatic purposes. If I can donate casts of this Diplodocus specimen to different heads of state as like official gifts around the world, we can foster friendships and alliances, and he called it dinosaur diplomacy. He really had high hopes for this, you know? Yeah, Cozy and Chaos is saying, I'm excited to find a dinosaur channel as an understatement. I might cry, I love dinosaurs. Cozy and Chaos, this isn't just a dinosaur channel. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, I dig them up. We were digging up dinosaurs live on stream back in June and July of this year, and August too. Let me show you. On the old YouTube page. But you are 1,000,000% in the right place, Cozy and Chaos. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Let's get back to...
We'll do a plaster. It would take... It's a terrible interface.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
There we go.
Frank Big Time, thank you for gifting Cozy and Chaos.
All right.
Yeah.
I've given 5 gift subs in the channel.
Can anybody see or hear me right now? Let me know.
And Panzer Kaiju, yeah.
Testing. Can you see?
There's snow all over the ground there now. That's why I'm not in the field. In the western U.S., and like the Rocky Mountain West, there's...
Thank you, Solar Pod. Beautiful. All right, excellent. Well,
the winters are really harsh. That's why we go out and dig in the summer.
Welcome back to the desert of eastern Utah. It's very hot out today. A little bit cooler than yesterday, actually, which is really nice. We are continuing work down there in the quarry. There's actually some plastering going on, so...
Closed captions.
Let's go check that out. If you're here for the very first time, then extra special welcome to you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
And there you go, Nell. Yeah. You're in Utah at the moment. Oh, boy.
I'm here with a crew of
not the most
paleontologists and
hospitable
volunteers out here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, earliest Cretaceous of eastern Utah. Broadcasting to you via satellite right now. There's the dish and the router and the solar panels. And yeah, without further ado, let's just go look at the plastering that's going on currently. We're gonna catch the tail end of it, it looks like. Yeah. There we go. Nice. So we had a rib under there.
Some gypsona.
Yeah. So gypsonas are these kind of pre-plastered bandages, medical bandages.
So we put, this is just to protect it as we get ready to pack more rock around it to make a bigger pedestal to do a plaster and burlap jacket.
Yeah.
So we put down some toilet paper and wet it to cover, so that'll protect the bone from...
And there you go, Trooper, yeah.
Layer of separator, like some of you saw earlier in the summer when we were in Wyoming.
And by leaving a little rock exposed, I'll get the gypsum to actually stick to the rock.
This is a fun one.
Nice.
Anyway, that's what I do. That's a big part of what I do here on Twitch nowadays is fieldwork streams. During the summer, using satellite internet, we're able to actually broadcast live from the field. And that's a tremendous privilege. You know, to be able to not just tell you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs, out in the Badlands, but to show you firsthand and have it be interactive. Get your questions answered while we're digging. It's, what an incredible privilege to be able to do that kind of science outreach. It would not be possible without the support of this community, so thank you everybody who's helped make that possible. Yeah. And MJ Builds, I'll see you later. Have a good day at work. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Anyway. We were talking about Diplodocus here, and this was a really, really cool exhibit. I went on this before I was out in the field this summer. Before I went to Wyoming to do field work, I was in Utah for a scientific conference, presenting research and just kind of staying up on the latest work in paleontology. This was the Mesozoic Terrestrial Ecosystems Conference. Yeah. MTE 14. Oh yeah, here, shoot. There's a good number of people there. And where am I? There's me right there. Yeah. There is Jim Kirkland right in the center where he should be. The state paleontologist of Utah. There's Dr. Brian Curtis. Rebecca Hunt Foster. There's Nick Longrich right there. There's Martin Lockley, who actually just passed away in November of last year. But I got to spend some time with him, which is really cool at this conference. There's Ken Carpenter. Yeah. A good portion of the world's paleontologists were here at this conference, which was really cool. Really, really cool. Yeah. So yeah, add one to the gym counter. There you go, Steely Dan. Yeah. And the skull on the wall, this is not a Diplodocus. I'm actually printing a Diplodocus skull. This is Camarasaurus right here. It's funny, that's why we're talking about this, Ash Rubber, is that, somebody asked the very same question. They said, Danny, is that a Diplodocus skull? Is that Dippy's skull? No, this is Camarasaurus. Yeah. Much taller, boxier skull. Diplodocus has got, we think, a skull more characteristic of, like, diplodocid dinosaurs, diplodocids. It's got almost a horseier kind of skull. It looks like, it looks like this. There's a cast of Dippy's skull at this museum that I was at the pre-conference field trip this past summer. Back in June. There is a cast of Dippy's skull, and I am printing my very own. I don't have a camera on the 3D printer yet, but it's honestly not that interesting. This particular print doesn't look very visually interesting until it's close to done, but I'll show you what I've got so far. Let me show you. I wanted to have a more charismatic part of it done to show you all. And so for the first part that I started printing last night, we've got, this right here. The upper and lower jaw. It's not super easy to see because I printed it in this black filament. But yeah. The upper and lower jaw of a Diplodocus skull, although it's a little bit more complicated than that, I suppose, because nowadays, depending on who you ask, we don't actually have any Diplodocus skull material. The specimen that supplied the skull for Dippy has been renamed as a different dinosaur genus a few years ago. Been renamed as Gallimiopus. And so, yeah. We'll talk about that another time, I think. Yeah. And what do I print with? I've got a, I've got a command for that. But I've got a Prusa i3 Mark III S. That's my printer. Kind of a smallish 3D printer. That's why I have to print things, you know, in pieces like this. But, you know, with some patience and some glue, able to print large pieces, large fossil skulls and stuff in smaller pieces and then assemble them. Like this right here. This is the Cleveland skull. A juvenile Tyrannosaurus, or Nanotyrannus, depending on who you ask. I don't buy the whole Nanotyrannus idea yet, but, you know, I could very well be wrong about that. So yeah, this is a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, I would call it. So T-Rex, just not full grown. Yeah. And I just painted this morning. I was working on smoothing out the seams and smoothing out the print lines on this over the weekend. And then slapped my first coat of paint on it this morning. Yeah. Looks great. Thanks, Lenina. I appreciate that. Yeah. Pretty excited about this. The Cleveland skull. It should, it should look like this when it's done. Oh boy, it'll be bigger than that. That'll work. Yeah, it'll look like this when it's done. And is that the original? That is not the original. Oh. I don't think that's the original. Could be. Maybe it is. Anyway, that's what it's gonna look like when it's done. I think that is the original, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Hornsfan says, do we know anything about if or for how long T-Rex or other species sheltered their offspring? For T-Rex, we don't know in particular, but other kinds of dinosaurs, we do know that they exhibited parental care. Dinosaurs like Maiasaura, we can demonstrate that they actually took care of their young. Their babies would have... Their limbs were not developed enough for them to be able to walk. And so they stayed in the nest and their parents brought them food, which is really cool. Yeah. And Madam33 says, might be an odd question, but what happened to the Berlin and Leningrad copies of Dippy with regard to World War II? Both of those survive to this day, Madam33. There were two in Germany, actually. There. Let's see, I took a bunch of pictures of this exhibit. Wait, St. Petersburg, aka Leningrad. Yeah, to Russia with love. Yeah. So after the Revolution of 1917, the museum and its contents became Soviet property. Diplodocus was moved to Moscow in 1924 and became accessible again to the public in 1957. Yeah. The cast was again dismantled during World War II and stored in Kazakhstan, not to be remounted until 19... Oh, this is too small. I need to open this in a new tab. There we go. Remounted until 1987, when its current home, the Yuri Orlov Museum of Paleontology, opened in Moscow. So today you can see it in Moscow. Yeah. As for the one in Berlin, I think... Yeah. The Museum for Naturkunde's Dinosaurs survived World War II in storage, though much of the building did not. Diplodocus was mounted again in post-war German Democratic Republic until reunification in 1991. In 2007, Dippy again was remounted in a new dynamic pose. It is likely the most scientifically up-to-date cast of Diplodocus carnegii on display today. So let's look at that, the one in Berlin. There we go, yeah. Really excellent mount there. Yeah, probably this is the most up-to-date, the most authentic model. Out of all the ways that Dippy has been mounted, this is probably the best one today. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Yeah. So anyway. And back in USSR, yeah, there you go, Clearburn. Shoot, before I forget, we need to do a game of Metazua. Because I can still catch yesterday's, I think, before it expires. And we can see if we can get a 6-game streak going this week. We're going to see if we can. I completely forgot over the weekend. We've only got 35 minutes until it resets, so let's do it.
Hold on to your butts.
For those of you who haven't seen this before, this is a game that was right up my alley. It's an online guessing game. Every day there is a new mystery animal, and you have to try and guess what it is. And you get closer and closer through the use of what we call phylogeny. Like looking at the tree of life, the evolutionary relationships between these different animals, you can kind of narrow it down to a particular critter based on that. It's kind of like Wordle, if any of you are familiar with that game. So, yeah. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. I always like to do a placental mammal to start with. And that way, because, I don't know. This is kind of a mammal-heavy game. Hedgehog, says Oscar Jr. I can do that. It's kind of tricky, but let's do hedgehog. Yeah. Oh boy. And see, this is why I usually start with a placental mammal. It's because it is kind of a mammal-heavy game. Here, I'll bring up our tree of life here. To help explain how this works. So this is just animals for Metazoa. Let's jump to animals on this tree of life. Metazoa is the clade name. There are, at least on this tree, 1,429,769 species of animals. We've got to narrow it down to, like, 1. But this game is a little mammal-heavy, and so I usually start off with a placental mammal. And that's paid off really well here. So we're within Laurasia. So the way that it works is you type in the name of an animal, and then this shows you the most exclusive clade that includes both your guess and the mystery animal. So we actually got fairly close in the grand scheme of things to whatever the mystery animal is by guessing hedgehog. We know it's within Laurasia. So let's look at Laurasia in here. Yeah. Laurasia is a group of mammals. They are the carnivorans, the bats, the hedgehogs, and more. But being really, really careful about this and thoughtful, we can get this in the fewest guesses possible. So I guessed hedgehog here. And hedgehogs are they within insectivora? They are. So hedgehog. So we can tell it's not an insectivore. Because we guessed hedgehog. And if it was part of insectivora, then it would give us this clade name. Eulipotyphla. We know it's not an insectivore. So it's got to be another one of these critters. It's either going to be an even-toed or cloven-hoofed ungulate, or it's going to be a carnivoran or a perissodactyl, an odd-toed ungulate, or it could still be a bat. There's 1,000 species of bats, and so what I'm going to do here is let's just knock bats out right away. Let's do vampire bat. And holy cow. It is a bat. It's a vampire bat. We got it in 2 guesses? That's nuts. That's nuts. The system works, you know? Holy cow. 2 guesses right there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. 2 guesses. That is excellent. I've never actually tried to share this before, but let me try and do that now. Yeah. Oh, you know what? No, not Twitter. Nuts to that. Blue Sky. Yeah. There we go. Holy cow. Post. Good stuff. Yeah. Look at all these notifications. Hugin and Claire, thank you for... Appreciate you, Claire. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. Yeah. The date was rice. Oh, nice diagonal. Yeah. Yeah. We don't need no stinking 34 minutes, Hornspan. Yes, yes. Well, that's the thing with this. We did get... It was a little bit easier in this regard because... What am I saying in this regard? It was a little bit easier today because we had this big clade, Chiroptera, right here, the bats. There's 1,055 species in this clade. And when you search bat on Metazoo, it only gives you 3 options. Vampire bat, fruit bat, or wombat. So wombats aren't even part of that. So you've got this enormous clade, Chiroptera, with only 2 species represented, and so... Yeah, yeah. Wrong bat. There you go, Clever. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're good, Lenina. No worries. Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And shall I replace your Twitter link with Blue Sky or simply add Blue Sky to your social link? Yeah, add the Blue Sky one, Clever. That'd be good. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, shoot, if anybody wants to get on Blue Sky, I have 5 invite codes available. And take a screenshot or whatever right here. Take one of those for yourself if you want to get onto Blue Sky. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, little known fact, wombats are the most dangerous bat, because if it's flying at you, it'll end badly. There you go. And Claire Burr, you used one yesterday? Awesome, Claire. Yeah. Blue Sky is where a bunch of us Twitter refugees are going, Oscar Bar. Twitter is really going downhill recently. And so, I don't know. Blue Sky isn't... It hasn't reached escape velocity yet. It's also still in beta, so you need an invite code in order to be able to use it. But, yeah, Twitter is really failing. It's not going well. It's just... It's been murdered. Which is very disappointing. But yeah. So I tweeted this the other day. As the site continues to decline, I've been posting here less and less, which I have been. It's just not fun anymore. The whole site's full of, well, frankly, white supremacists and Nazis and bots and crypto scammers, and that's the majority of what the site is now. It's really, really crazy. Yeah, it's really something. Here's an example. Yeah. This is really interesting. Have you heard of the dead internet theory? That's like a big part of... You just have bots replying to other bots with procedurally generated replies and content and stuff, and it's just... It's like half the site is bots. It's so much worse than it ever was. Elon Musk just murdered this website. It's such a shame. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this if you're interested in this kind of thing, because it is interesting stuff. There you go. Yeah. Can you get the code again? You bet, Oscar Bar. Yeah, just take one of those. Here, let's refresh the page. There we go. Yeah. But yeah. Dinosaur Dave, I hope I'm following you right now. If I'm not, let me remedy that right this instant. Let's see. Let's see. That's odd. That didn't work. Huh. Anyway, yeah. You're welcome, Oscar Bar. Thanks for asking for what you needed. Yeah. But yeah. Giving out like 5 codes out today. Yeah, Lenina. Awesome. Yeah. Check people who follow you. Will do, Dinosaur Dave. You know, this site is still in beta. It's not quite there yet, but it's getting there. And I would like to be able to interact with like a curated community of cool people like you folks. What are you watching right now? And so let's make that happen, you know? 132 followers. There we go. Follow Dinosaur Dave. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. And have I tried the Metaflora game? I have now, and I know next to nothing about plants. So I'm very bad at it. But yeah. An updated image. Oh, cool, Dinosaur Dave. Well, let's see. Take a look there. Yeah. Oh, very cool, Dinosaur Dave. This is impressive. a giant mosasaur over here. Spinosaurus. Other Spinosaurus? Nice.
Ontogeny.
You've got the fighting dinosaurs. I love that dinosaur, Dave. That's so cool. Protoceratops and Velociraptor? That is super neat. Holy cow, look at that. Right there. Beautiful. Oh, man, that makes me smile. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That's super neat, Dinosaur Dave. That's super neat. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, we were talking about Dippy. Let's take a look at this right here. It is kind of funny to me as an American dinosaur paleontologist how the most famous and beloved dinosaur in the UK is a cast of a specimen from Wyoming, USA. But, you know, it's understandable.
Dippy is one of the most iconic specimens in our entire collection. And Dippy has been delighting visitors here in
She's had very good publicists.
over 100 years.
Put it that way.
But we wanted
And she's
visitors
beautiful.
from outside London to be inspired by Dippy. And that's why we launched our most ambitious national programme ever.
The Garfield Weston Foundation has been supporting charities since 1958 and since then has made donations of over £1.2 billion. Our trustees supported Dippy on Tour to inspire people across the country to rediscover
And that's
our
really
natural
neat.
world.
We are delighted
So-
that the impact of Dippy has been so positive across the country and has been...
To me, this is like a big illustration of a particular concept in science. Is that like certain scientific concepts and objects in science, whether it's a plaster cast of a Diplodocus or whether it's, I don't know, something else, the public will be excited about it if scientists are excited about it. And if museums make a big deal out of it, you know? When I was here in Price, Utah, this summer, there's the cast of Dippy there in the museum. You can see they're still kind of installing this at the time. There's Ethan there. in his baseball cap. Yeah, but this is the lost cast of Dippy. And they didn't have the budget or the space to actually mount the skeleton. So she's just here on some tables with the vertebrae and everything arranged like that. Kind of filling up this space on top of these tables. It was like a low budget, but very thoughtfully made exhibit. You know, and this will draw some visitors, you know? But it didn't inspire the kind of wild enthusiasm that the Dippy cast did in the UK when it was traveling around. Because it just didn't have as good publicity, you know? They didn't have a big publicity budget or anything. They weren't making all kinds of super polished videos. It wasn't on the nightly news and stuff like that, you know? So often it's the presentation that makes something really, really interesting to the public. That gets people really excited. And dinosaurs are inherently interesting in and of themselves. But if you really want to get people to sit up and pay attention, sometimes you have to make a big song and dance about them. And of course, Tomas, yeah, fully assembled, of course it's going to look better. You could admire this animal as it would have been in life, as opposed to, you know, this is very cool like this, but this is the budget option, you know? It doesn't inspire that same sense of wonder that this does.
So many people.
You know?
Dippy has been to 8 venues across the UK, and in each location, the teams there have worked to bring together the local collections, the local wildlife, and to work with local partners to inspire people in their local communities. This has been a monumental collaboration with teams across the Natural History Museum and our partners.
And this programme has smashed all expectations.
Yeah.
Dippy has now inspired over 5 million people.
Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. Dorchester. Yeah.
This is one of the happiest days of my professional life. It is just such a brilliant feeling. It's been great working with the Natural History.
It's so cool. I'm printing this right now. I'm printing Dippy's skull. I mean, holy cow. You can see those jaws right there. That's what's currently cooking up on the 3D printer as we speak. Yeah, printing that skull. What's mind-boggling to me is that this is a plaster cast of the original. It's not even the original bones. And yet people are still so excited about this. As they should be, you know? I love it when people are enthusiastic about natural history. About dinosaurs. About paleontology. And this just... Oh, man, it makes my heart soil. It makes my heart sore. Excuse me. Let's continue.
Using for the last 2.5 years. Working with the team, we've learned such a lot. I'm just very proud that we've actually managed to do it.
Yeah.
The whole city of Birmingham's really got behind Dippy. So we've had many partners. So, for example, the Retail Birmingham Improvement District created a trail of 10 topiary dinosaurs to really kind of join in on the fun. And we've done learning activities within Selfridges, had Cadbury World get on board, creating a large chocolate dinosaur egg. And Paradise Birmingham, a development site just across from us, of the exhibition as well.
Very cool.
Seeing pictures of kids coming through on social media out with little bug catchers that we're selling downstairs in the shop, actually out there exploring nature. That's what the whole thing is about. They've come in, seen Dippy, been inspired to go out and explore, and they're out there doing it.
Yep. Alaska. That is impressive. Just the numbers projected. They were projected 390,000 visitors. They got 656,902. That's wonderful. There's such a public hunger for this kind of thing, you know? Dinosaurs are just this perennial draw. People are intensely interested in them, and what better way is there to get people interested in science, in the scientific method, in natural history, in the history of life on Earth, than through dinosaurs? You know, it really is wonderful. Yeah. And Spinonicus art, that is a really cool idea. 3D reconstruction for a Diplodocus? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Neat stuff. And I'm not sure now.
It really gave us a chance to spread our reach. So we had visitors coming from various other parts of Scotland, from the likes of Aberdeen, from Elgin, and the more local ones from Paisley and Lanarkshire. So I think it was the scale of Dippy and the fact that he brought people in from so far away gave us a real chance to put Kelvin Grove all over the Scottish map, if you like.
Very cool. Out to Newcastle.
The important thing for the Great North Museum is we have a one-team ethos, and actually this project touched our teams at every level. Because of that, we get that shared sense of pride in welcoming Dippy here. It's really pulled the team together. We've had a lot of fun with him, and we're excited by people's reactions to him.
Her. She's a she, isn't she? Yeah. Cardiff? Yeah.
The most common response is they come in the front door and they go, wow, because he's so big and he takes up so much space, and you can see all of him at once. And it is as you come into the museum. And I really do think that the awe and wonder on not just children's faces when they see him is one of the main things.
Rochdale? I've honestly never heard of this place. Out in the sticks here.
The best thing about having Dippy in Rochdale was the fact that Dippy came to Rochdale, one of the most disadvantaged boroughs in England, and it really has helped inspire
I feel bad
these
for saying that
communities.
now.
He would never have dreamt of having this.
I'm getting all these spam calls today. Annoying.
Experience. We had a roadshow which went to schools and community groups. Whilst Dippy was here, we had learning resources which were able to be used in school and out of school and during the visit. And you just had to see the effect when families and
Oh,
schools...
nice. Spinonicus art. Very cool. I have the PNSO Spinosaurus. That was gifted to me by a viewer.
There's no doubt that in there there's some scientists of the future.
Oh, and I love how he said that.
Doubt that in there's some scientists of the future.
This idea that, like, this dinosaur skeleton traveling around the UK will inspire future scientists. That's a wonderful thought, and I really think that that's correct. I mean, shoot. We've got people here in this community where they've got fond memories of some sort of experience they had
Well, it may not seem
with science
much,
early on.
500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. Our tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you, Delta Rain. For those 500 bits, thank you. Thank you, Delta. How are you doing, by the way? It's good to see you. Yeah. We've been trying to reach you about your T-Rex extended warranty. There you go, Anakin Gabriel. Yeah. Yeah. And Levi Avi says, Dippy, I used to live super close to the Natural History Museum and went pretty often as a kid. Yeah. 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 We are currently printing Dippy's skull here. It's going to be an all-week project, if not more. But there is upper jaw and lower jaw there of the skull, and there will be... Yeah, it's kind of hard to see because it's so dark colored. But yeah, I've got this is the left side, I've got the right side on the printer right now. It should be done in about 4 o'clock, about 6 hours. And I'll print some more pieces overnight, and we're chugging along here. We're trying to complete it. Yeah. And the Arsinotherium left more of an imprint on my memories than Dippy. Interesting, Nell. Yeah, Arsinotherium is also really, really cool. Arsinotherium is that's a wild creature for those of you who are not familiar. Those horns on the front. Yeah. That creature. I wonder if this is the mount at in London or a different one. But yeah, this is an ancient mammal from long after the dinosaurs. Arsinotherium is what, like Eocene or something? Oligocene? Pliocene? When's it from? The late Eocene and early Oligocene of North Africa. Yeah. And this is the one in London, yeah. Yeah, nice. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah. And, Arg says, love the Chrono Trigger music. Is that what this is? Chrono Trigger main theme. Spot on there, Arg. Yeah. Good stuff. Subpar Umpire says, what do you think of the dueling dinosaurs fossil?
Just
oh boy.
Scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Shazio7, thank you for the follow. I'm a little appalled that they paid like $8 million for that. They better, like, that better also have like a deed to the land there so they can go and collect data from the original site, because if it doesn't, they got ripped off. A dinosaur fossil is only scientifically valuable if it has context. if it has contextual data with it. And if they didn't get that, they got played. So, I don't know. That's my take. I don't know. And also, with $8 million, I could establish an incredible museum with a field crew that is funded in perpetuity. You know, it's just frustrating to see money get blown on stuff like that where, I don't know. And to the extent that that encouraged the scummy commercial fossil industry, that funded that, it's just, yeah, not great. Not great. Anyway. Oh, and that's cool. Is Arsinotherium from the Fayum diagonal? Huh. Yeah. And thank you, Dinosaur Dave. We might get to that in a little bit. We'll see. But, yeah, we're going to continue with this video here. And court case. I don't know if that ever actually went to trial, Sloppy Salamander, the dueling dinosaurs thing. I think you might be getting that mixed up with something else. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Fall Machine. Yeah. There we go. Oh, to Norwich. Very cool. This is where my comrade who showed up on that same broadcast when we were on, what was it, GB News? He's from Norwich. There we go. Playlists. Media spots. There we go.
Which are diverted from scientists who could study them. David Waterhouse is the senior curator
There he is.
of natural history and geology at Norfolk Museum and joins us from Norwich. Hello, good to speak to you again.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, Michael. And from Northern California, dinosaur paleontologist Danny Anduza, who hosts Paleontologizing, which can be viewed on Twitch. David, first of all, why does it matter that there's an illegal trade? In what way are they diverted from scientists, and why does that matter?
Yeah, and I've not been in contact with him actually since this evening. This was like 3 in the morning for me. I think it was like 10 a.m. for him. But yeah, we corresponded over Twitter briefly after this, but I should really bring him on if I can as a guest on this channel this year in 2024. So we'll probably do that. I'll give you a link to this, but we'll get back to our other video. But he's curator, I guess, of paleontology at the museum in Norwich. There we go.
I miss Dippy because he feels like a friend. He feels like he belongs in this space, and I'll miss the interaction.
Norwich Cathedral.
Coming in, that sense of excitement, the buzz.
They must not have had a museum that was large enough to house Dippy. Yeah.
I just love all of that. And our hope is that there will be long-term benefits from having had Dippy here, and that although Dippy will have gone, lots of the benefits will remain.
Pretty cool. Some great footage here. Really lovely. Just finding a room big enough to house this big honkin' sauropod must have been a challenge in and of itself. Yeah.
I'd like to say a huge thank you to everyone who's made this possible. First of all, the Garfield Western Foundation, Dell EMC, and Williams & Hill. A huge thank you to each of those amazing venues. And most importantly, a huge thank you to everyone who's come to see Dippy.
Very cool. Oh.
Dippy has inspired people for so long. I really hope this will be a moment when we can work together, use this as a building block to help build a world in which both people and planet can thrive.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, here's a link to this video here. Yeah. And if you'd like to learn more about Dippy the Diplodocus, this is a great place to start. The Wikipedia article is pretty comprehensive, honestly. But if you want to get even more in-depth than that, there's a book that I've not yet read, but I have acquired. Let's see. Oh, hang on. Where did I put that? It's called An American Dinosaur Abroad. And it's all about this Diplodocus specimen and Andrew Carnegie and all the replicas made of this specimen and donated to like various heads of state around. Here it is. Yeah. An American Dinosaur Abroad by Ilja Newland. I've heard good things, but I haven't actually had a chance to read it. There we go. Yeah. A Cultural History of Carnegie's Plaster Diplodocus. Good stuff. Give you a link. And about what percentage of the books on your shelf have you not yet read, Danny? About 50%, probably? Salamander, yeah. I had a big reset with my books a few years ago when I moved from Montana back to California. I had to get rid of about 90% of my books, which is heartbreaking. But, yeah, so I've only maybe read about 50% of the ones that I have currently. Let's put this one... Oh, the one that I have read, I just read this summer, was this one, Bone Wars, by Tom Rea. Good stuff here. Yeah, The Excavation and Celebrity of Andrew Carnegie's Dinosaur. I would recommend this one too. There was a new 20th anniversary edition that just came out, not this past year, but I think the year before. Good stuff. Very, very readable. Or very, I don't know. The prose is beautiful and requires real concentration, but it's very well written. I'll put it that way. Yeah. 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 And Oscar Barr says, what are the Bone Wars? Oh, boy. We'll be talking about that extensively coming up, but let me give you a brief little primer on it. The Bone Wars was a... Oh, and hang on. Paleo Stream, how are you doing, Joshua? Hello there to you, too. How was your weekend? I hope it was really good. How have your streams gone? I saw you did a... Here, we'll get to the Bone Wars in a minute. But first... Yeah. Yashu, I saw your post from the other day, your tweet here. Where was that? With the Tyrannosaurus macraensis illustration. And you've got that new giant amphibian too, that's awesome. Where was this? Yeah, there we go. Tyrannosaurus macraensis illustration here. I like it. I like the subtlety. The I like that it's not... You were avoiding that trope to show tyrannosaurs screaming their heads off with their mouths open as far as they go, showing all of their teeth and beads of saliva flying everywhere. This is a more understated, dignified, field Tyrannosaurus depiction. And, big respect for that, Joshua. For those of you who, if anybody's new here, not yet following PaleoStream here on Twitch, you're missing out. Did you do this one live, PaleoStream? Yeah, we did it on Friday. Oh, this one is by Petite. Fridays are usually painting together. Nice, PaleoStream. Okay, okay. Nice. And, well, you've got fruited ends crossed out here. Aquilonifer. What's the story there? Not fruited ends, but Aquilonifer? That's interesting. Mine's a little further down. Hang on. Wait, and what is this? Oh, no. Oh, that's from Petite Paleo Artist. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Oh, that's cool. I love the animation here. That's really neat. From Flip-a-Clip? Okay. Unless that's the name of a service. That might be the name of the artist. Or it might not be. Anyway, cool stuff. Oh, is this yours here? Yeah, lovely. Lovely.
I do call myself an expert in dinosaur studies.
Gregorio Robertos.
Shake Paleoscience, shake Paleoscience, shake Paleoscience, shake Paleoscience, shake.
Muchas gracias por el support. Por el suscripción. 6 meses. Dios mío. Thank you, Gregorio. I really appreciate your ongoing support. I really do. Thanks for being here. Yeah, and this is lovely. I'm sure multiple people have already said this, but it reminds me of the prehistoric planet Tyrannosaurus depiction. I like how you've highlighted those lacrimal crests and the post-orbital crests right there. Made those more like a different color. It makes perfect sense given the animal's anatomy to have those highlighted like that. That probably would have been a kind of showier part of this animal's skull, and so I dig that. I really like that a lot. And also, it's not screaming its head off, you know, inexplicably roaring at the viewer. It's lovely. It really is. There was an attempted violent revolution on stream. Is that right? But this is great. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, man. I was talking about this paper on Friday, and I was actually talking with some of the authors of the paper, like Mark Lowen, this past summer at that conference in Salt Lake, and yeah, you know, science can be a rich tapestry filled with many different personalities, people with different viewpoints, different biases. But man, do we have a different way of looking at things? Me and some of the authors on that paper regarding dinosaur diversity, anagenesis, lineage evolution, etc. Yeah. So yeah. Glad you're able to discuss it. Yeah, it was good stuff, PaleoStream. It was good stuff. I'm glad you're able to illustrate it. Again, that's gorgeous. Really, really nice, PaleoStream. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. I always appreciate you. And your incredible work here. Good stuff. it's funny, speaking of lineages and anagenesis and evolution, this paper is really intriguing, and I had to... There's a project that I'm working on. This is, this is really nice. That there are other people who have similar thoughts in a different field, like paleoanthropology. But I'll put this link in the chat as well, because this is some really interesting stuff, and you will be hearing more about this in the future, chat. You will. Anyway, and back to the Bone Wars. Exactly, Paleostream. Yes. Let's see if I can find that. Find you a little clip about the Bone Wars, Marsh and Cope. Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope were two rival paleontologists around the turn of the 20th century. And hopefully we don't get nuked for this on YouTube. Well, just to be safe, I got to turn the closed captions off, unfortunately, for this part. And we'll reverse the footage. This will also make it so there's no audio in the YouTube VOD afterward, but that's okay. Here. So this is Arthur Lakes here. Yeah. Hola a ti también, Juan Arizona. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing otra vez. Yeah. Anyway, this is going to lead into Cope and Marsh here. So Arthur Lakes was, by trade, he was a school teacher in, I think near Garden Park, Colorado. But he made some really important dinosaur discoveries out there. He did these wonderful watercolors of him and his crew in the field. And this actually helped paleontologists to relocate some of these sites based on his just exquisite attention to detail. He may not have been the most technically proficient artist, but like he didn't go to art school or anything like that. But his renderings they're very true to life with the colors of the different rock strata. And so paleontologists in the modern day have been able to relocate some of these sites based on his watercolor paintings, which is really neat. There you go, Jody Fish, yeah. Yeah. This is the Bone Wars here. And they go crazy. Right, Britt? Yeah. Yep. So this is William Stout right here, an artist who's had a big influence on my own work. Yeah. Anyway, he's talking about an elasmosaur. Yep. Yep.
Marsh was inelegant enough to point this out in public.
Having a
And this is a kind of an oversimplification, but yeah. The main take-home message is that these were two, like, elite East Coast academics, and they sent these crews out across the American West after the Civil War to go try and find the most fossils, the best fossils, the biggest fossils, and they were constantly trying to outdo one another and trying to, publish papers, publish new kinds of animal before their rival could do it. And they created messes that we are still cleaning up to this very day, Cope and Marsh. This was a period often referred to as either the Great Dinosaur Rush or, more commonly nowadays, the Bone Wars. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Kind of, yeah. They kind of, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Oh, boy. Nope, he didn't. Yep. His skull is, too. There's a really, really interesting story about this in this book here. In Hunting Dinosaurs by Luis C. Hoyos, one of the first chapters in this book is about Cope and Marsh and the Bone Wars, and, interestingly, Cope's skull. There we go. Yeah. I wanted to illustrate the Great Bone Wars with an assemblage of Cope and Marsh artifacts. To bring together this unlikely still life, it was necessary to conduct a raid on the curatorial vaults of 6 East Coast museums, and then assemble all of the objects in one location. And that produced this, which is a beautiful tableau in and of itself. Just extraordinary. You saw this actually referenced in that video. They showed this. By a stroke of luck, we discovered their sacred relics. Some famous Marsh drawings had been hidden away in a basement of the Smithsonian by a paleontologist who had rescued them from his curator's trash. And then, yeah, able to accumulate all of these wonderful things for this photograph. But then, Cope's skull turned up too. Yeah. So, yeah, I could just kind of tell you about what happens rather than reading this. But they kind of borrowed Cope's skull. They're like, well, nobody's really using it here. And Jaco, thank you for the 5 months. Jaco 5,000 and 5 months of support. Thank you, Jaco, for keeping me here online. Yeah, the road trip. I know, right, PaleoStream? Yeah. So they kind of borrowed Cope's skull, and they brought it with them for this assignment when they were going to be visiting with other paleontologists, interviewing them, taking photographs. So here's Papa Jim. Jim Kirkland, the state paleontologist of Utah now, holding Edward Drinker Cope's skull. There's Martin Lockley, who just passed away in November. Holding Cope's skull right there. Yeah. There's Bob Bacher and Cope's skull at a diner somewhere in Wyoming, probably. So, yeah. Yeah, there's Dale Russell and Paul Sereno there looking at the skull. So anyway, really, really interesting story. We'll go into this more in detail on the anniversary of Cope's death, which I think is in March or April. Yeah. Oh, but then when they were going to meet with Lynn Gillette here, Lynette Gillette, yeah. Anyway, Lucy Hoyos writes, as she leads me up a hiking path to the quarry, I ask her who named Coelophysis, which is a dinosaur that she was talking about. I'm making small talk. I had assumed that Edwin Colbert, who discovered the site, had named the 10-foot-long dinosaurs. She says, no, Edward Cope named them, she says. Have you heard of him? This is while he's currently carrying a box containing Cope's skull at that very moment. He says, I stand in the trail stunned. As wonderful as it would be to reveal the contents of the box under her arm. Oh, she's carrying the box as she's asking if he's ever heard of Edward Drinker Cope. As wonderful as it would be to reveal the contents of the box under her arm, I can't bear to do it. After all, we have just met, and we're alone in the woods, and I'm afraid she'll freak out. Hell, I'm afraid I'll freak out. He says, I've heard so much about him, I feel like we're best friends. Or we're close friends, I answer. With the box firmly under her arm, she smiles back at me and says, Coelophysis was discovered in 1881 by David Baldwin, who worked for Cope. Cope himself never visited the ranch. I see, I say. He never visited Ghost Ranch until then. Anyway, this is a lovely book, and I'd highly recommend it. You can pick it up for real cheap nowadays, too. It was published in 1994, so I'll give you a Thrift Books link. Hunting Dinosaurs by Luis C. Hoyos. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Gorgeously photographed. Beautiful imagery. Just a really entertainingly written book as well. But there's one caveat. If you get this book, treat it very gently. Because I've had 4 copies of this book so far. And every single one of them, except for my current one, this one included, falls apart. They had, like, really poor binding or something with this, or bad glue, or I don't know. But the pages just... yeah. So, with an old copy of this, I took out some of the pages that have really nice photographs and illustrations, and I now have those as part of my collection of, framed prints. So, like, you know how I change out a lot of these?
Glue is cheap.
In order to change up the background every day, I'll have different things in the frames. Well, like, half of one of my copies of this book is now sitting in an accordion folder with those illustrations ready to go up in frames like that. There have already been a couple that I've put up on past days, but yeah. Yeah. And you can get books rebinded, though? Says Oscar Bar? Yeah, yeah. I might do that for this one. I don't know. I have a brand new one, too. Well, not brand new. It's a used copy from a library. But that one's not falling apart yet, so... yeah. And, yeah, Cope. Edward Drinker Cope. Slumber, yeah. Yeah. Good news is like, what's that, Ozzy and Sharky? Let me know. I'll give you a link to this book, by the way. Holy cow, you can get it in good condition for less than $6 US. There we go. Good stuff. It's probably an ex-library copy, too, so it's probably got the really expensive, like, protective film over the front cover and everything. And congratulations, Ozzy and Sharky. Holy cow. All of 2024. Well, good deal. Gaming with Ozzy and Sharky. Congratulations. Congratulations. Holy cow. Yeah. Can't join the army? Well, shoot. I had, I don't know. I dated a gal who was in the army, and she... yeah, did not feel well treated by that organization, so... yeah. And she was an officer, too. But anyway, congrats, Ozzy and Sharky, and, holy cow. Thanks for sharing that news here. Good for you. Holy moly. Yeah. Be prepared to be stuck with me for forever. Well, you're always welcome here in this community. Ozzy, thank you for being here. Yeah. Where were we, by the way? Well, you know what we should do before I forget? Let's do another round of Metazua here, because we should have a brand new mystery animal, because it's now past midnight Greenwich time. So let's get back into that. Yeah. What? No, I don't want the bookmarks bar. Get rid of that. Yeah, okay. Well, let's do another round of Metazua here.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. A placental mammal. Giraffe. There you go, Mark Melbourne. Quick on the draw there. This game is a little mammal heavy, and so we like to start with a placental mammal here. And oh boy. Uh-oh. It's not a mammal at all. This is going to be a much broader group. This could be tricky. Bilateria is the most exclusive clade that includes our mystery animal and our recent guest, giraffe. Let's open up that clade on our Tree of Life here. Bilateria. So these are animals that have bilateral symmetry. So not echinoderms, not sea stars, not critters like that that have radial symmetry. These are animals where their right and their left side are mirrors of one another, basically. So it's everything from vertebrates to flatworms, nematodes to critters like that. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. There we go. So, yeah. We've not narrowed it down very much. We still have 1,407,584 potential species. Or something along those lines. And so, it's not going to be a Nephrozoan or a Protostome or a Deuterostome, presumably. Holy cow. Let's go ahead and try Flatworm, I guess? Or Nematode? Flatworm is not one. Nematode? Nope. This is gonna be tricky. Because, yeah, presumably it's not a Nephrozoan. Or maybe it is. Maybe they don't have this clade. I don't know. Let's see if... Well, Deuterostomia, it would have included that. right? It could be some kind of protostone. Part of what makes this difficult is I don't actually know how many different clades Metazoa has in here. So let's see if it's some kind of protostone. Let's just search worm. Let's try silkworm. And, oh, I'm glad I guessed that. So here's what that tells me. I thought, well, it can't be a member of Nephrozoa, or else he would say Nephrozoa rather than Bilateria there. But nope. The game is not that sophisticated. We're overthinking it. So, but it is part of Pancrustacea. So a silkworm, I think, is... Silkworms are the larval stage of a kind of moth, if I remember correctly. So a silkworm... Let's look at the silkworm on here. It might not even have it. Let's see. I guess it does. Oh boy, this is a long way down. It just keeps going. There's so many species here. Insects are an extremely speciose group. Yeah, silkworm, it's, you know, a moth larva. But we know that our critter is part of Pancrustacea. Pancrustacea. Silkworm, something else. If it were an insect, it would be part of Insecta, but it's not. So it's going to be some sort of crustacean animal, I think. So we'll zoom up to Pancrustacea. Yeah. So it could be a crab, it could be a lobster, it could be a shrimp, could be an isopod, like a woodlouse. Or a pillbug. Could be a lot of things. Just for kicks and giggles here. And DM Exavour, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for that follow. When you search crab, it only gives us 2 options. Lobster is an option unto itself, not a particular species, but pillbug is also. But let's search. Let's try, I don't know, hermit crab. Ooh. So that's getting us closer. Pleocyamata. Man, we're still going here? Holy cow. Go up to Pancrustacea. Yeah. So there's Pancrustacea right there. Pancrustacea are crustaceans and insects. This is actually a pretty recent group here, where we've realized that insects are very closely allied with crustaceans. They may have actually evolved from crustaceans. So yeah, it's a group that comprises over 1 million species. Depending on who you ask, there might be 1 million species of just wasps. Or just beetles. I usually hear around 400,000 is the estimate for how many beetle species there are. But it could very well be over 1 million. I don't know. This is not my wheelhouse. Anyway, Pleocyamata. That's the group that we're looking for here. Pleocyamata. No results found. Did I spell it wrong? No, I spelled it right. Let's just do crustaceans. Crabs, lobsters, and shrimps. Decapoda. Okay. 19,000 species. Malastracans. Leosiamata. I want to look that group up real quick. It's a suborder of decapod crustaceans. Okay. So, we're on the right track with those decapods. That word, actually, decapod, shows up in a song in a Disney movie. There's a Disney movie that actually has... Does anybody know what it... Yeah, there you go. Do I need to pull that up real quick? I think I can set it up so I don't get copyright nuked for it. Yeah. There we go. Oh, hang on. I think it's when he's beating up the guy, right? Yeah. Where is it? I think it's coming up. I don't know. Anyway, decapod is a crustacean. It means 10 feet. Because crabs and lobsters have got 8 legs, and they've got the 2 big manipulating arms in the front. Pinchers with claws. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. That's a great song. Jermaine Clement is always fantastic. But let's try and find Decapoda here. Crabs, lobsters, and shrimps. There we go. 19,000 species, and we're trying to find a particular subgroup here. I don't even know if it's going to be on this tree. Tau crabs.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
Might Shiny, thank you for the tier 2 sub. 4 months, holy cow. Might Shiny, do I appreciate you. Speaking of Shiny. Good stuff. Excellent. Excellent. I don't know if we're going to be able to find this particular... Whatever. I don't think we really need to do this. We know that this is a crab or lobster. And I'm guessing... We searched hermit crab. And fiddler crab is the only other... option here? Well, let's look it up. Fiddler crab. Okay. Genus Minuca. Ocypotidae. Ocypodoidea. Thoracotremata. This one doesn't even have a clade name. So many crabs. I'm guessing that if it were a crab... Brachyura. Mast crab. True crabs. Brachyura. Hang on, what did we search before? We did hermit crab. Let's see if hermit crabs are a true crab. Because if they are... Oh, they're not. They're not true crabs. Ooh. Interesting. Huh. So it could be... Yeah. This could be either a lobster or a... Well, I don't know. Leo Sayamada. Let's just search lobster here. And let's see if lobsters are a really early divergent group, because if they are... Oh, they're not. Okay. We just gotta go for broke here. Let's try fiddler crab and see if we get it. No, we didn't. It's gotta be lobster then, right? And that's it. Yeah. Not too shabby. We got it in how many guesses? We got it in 5 guesses, which is not... It's not terrible, you know? It's not terrible. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, I still think lobster. Well, you were right. And well, Vedator CZ. How did your stream go?
VData_CZ and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome back to Paleontologizing, Vedator. How did your stream go? I hope it was excellent. How are things? Doing something called talk shows and podcasts. Well. Good stuff. Vedator, I hope you had a wonderful stream. I really do. Excellent. We do, I think, have some new people here. Vedator probably has some new people who came in with the raid, too. Would anybody like to see a welcome video? 'Cause I'd like to show you one if you'd like to see one. Especially if you're new here and if you've never seen one of these before. Type a 1 into the chat. You would, Slumber? Okay. Give me a 1 in the chat if you'd like to see a welcome video to help introduce you to the channel, show you what paleontologizing is all about. It would also give me an opportunity to go run to the bathroom real quick. Alright, I'm seeing some 1s. Excellent. Without further ado, let's call forth a good friend of ours. Somebody we call Previously Recorded Danny. And he'll tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, all that good stuff. Give you a little bit of background on this channel. So, here he comes right now. All right. Previously Recorded Danny, it's your time to shine.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner,
that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range,
where the deer and the antelope play,
where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Vedator CZ for that raid. Can we get another shout out for Vedator real quick? Really appreciate the raid, and welcome back, folks. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions. We're gonna go over some fossil news in a minute here. But yeah. And this past week, I actually shot some new footage for some new welcome videos.
Let's protect our fossils.
So cross your fingers the audio turns out from those.
America loses them forever.
And Luckless Jax, thank you so much. Holy moly, for that Prime sub there. I really appreciate that. And Horns Fan, thank you for the 3 months there. I appreciate it very much, Horns Fan. I really do. Luckless Jax, thanks for that Prime. I know that might not cost you anything, but I appreciate it most sincerely. It helps pay my bills. This is my full-time job, believe it or not, so thank you for helping keep this whole thing going. Appreciate you. And Horns Fan, 3 months. Thank you for your ongoing support. Really appreciate it. In fact, we need to check on where I'm at for the, rather where we're at for our Partner Plus push. Because I did not update that today like I often do before the stream starts. We're at 187 out of 350.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits. Excellent. Good stuff. Let's see, what does my command say? Command says 148. Now we're at 180. What did I say? 87? Holy cow. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
187.
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Yeah. And thank you for the 100 bits there, Niffler. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Recovering Chemist. 5 months. Oh, look. Look at all those chickens. Thank you, Recovering Chemist, for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Jody Fish says, double that is 374. It looks like we are on track to get Partner Plus. I mean, not to count one's chickens. Look at all those chickens. Not to count them before they hatch, but you know, but look at all those chickens. Many of them unhatched as of yet. Yeah. A little ahead of schedule. Yes, Real Men Grow Beards. Here, let me show everybody what I'm talking about here. Is there a video about this? I want to say we checked. Twitch Partner Plus. This person's complaining about it. I mean, well, he probably has right to complain about it. This came out 7 months ago and only has 159 views, so yeah. But 70-30 revenue split. How many streamers will actually get it? I've seen this guy's videos before. They're usually okay.
It's finally come. I never thought it would. Twitch has finally given us a 70-30 split. With an asterisk. There was a surprise live stream from Twitch today where they talked all about the new Partner Plus program and then they answered a bunch of questions about it. So I wanted to give you a rundown of how this program actually works and what streamers qualify for it, which, spoiler, not very many. And then answer the real question, is this actually a good thing or just another letdown? My concern with this new program is that it's...
I think it's going to be a very, very good thing for our community because we're going to get it. Yeah. Luckless Jack says, thank you for what you do, Danny. You've reignited an interest in paleontology in me, and it's great to see people like you doing well, educating the rest of us. Luckless Jax, thank you so much for saying that. Sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, those kind of comments, like, I don't know, they let me know that what I do is appreciated by good folks like you. And that's why I'm here in the first place, you know? I told myself when I started streaming that, like, if I can reach just a few people, get them excited about fossil science, get them interested in the natural world, get them jazzed about
about paleontology, then this will all be worth it. And it's so much bigger than that.
Still, I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And that's thanks to good folks like Sloppy Salamander that I can continue to do this. And now you too. Luckless Jax, thank you so much for that support. Holy cow, tier 3, 10 months of support, Salamander. We are on the ascent here. The line is trending up in the best way. Oh man. Figured it was time to. You just upgraded right now, Salamander? Holy moly! Was that just right now? Holy cow! That is a serious boost for the Partner Plus push. Thank you, Salamander. Thank you. Holy cow! Shoot. I really appreciate that. Holy moly, Sloppy Salamander. Heck yes, indeed, Slumber, yeah. That is phenomenal, and I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, this guy is talking about the Twitch Partner Plus program. I'll let him explain it a little bit. But man, I feel like people on Twitch, their favorite pastime is complaining about Twitch, and I don't necessarily feel entitled to do that. I have nothing but gratitude, you know?
Still far below what other platforms like YouTube are giving, which is a 70-30.
Yeah, but YouTube... But then you have to be on YouTube. Ugh. Anyway.
For everyone, right from the beginning, forever. And so my question during the Q&A portion to Dan Clancy was, is this as far as you go? Like, is this the best we're going to get? Or is this a first step towards 70-30 for everyone? And Dan actually did answer it on the live stream. And his answer, or I guess kind of his dancing around the answer a little bit, exposed a lot financially of what's going on behind the scenes at Twitch and who's actually in control over there. We'll get into it.
Yeah, anyway. How many streamers are getting into the program?
So what I found most interesting and what most people on Twitter are talking about is the fact that there is a lower limit and an upper limit. 70-30 only applies to streamers with over 350 subs and stops once they hit $100,000.
I'm nowhere close to that upper limit, but let me show you just full transparency where I'm at right now. Here we go. So, in order to get the new 70-30 revenue split, you have to reach this threshold.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Kepper MN. Is that MN in reference to Minnesota, or is it just an M and an N? Kepper, thank you for that gift sub there. I do really appreciate it. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. In October, I hadn't even heard about the Partner Plus program. I heard about it about, what was it? It was like halfway through November or something. Told all of you good folks about it, and I said, let's try and get this. Let's try and get 350 concurrent continuing subscriptions. So Prime subs don't count and gift subs don't count. And so I asked some folks like, hey, if you would normally be, out of the generosity of your heart, gifting subscriptions, maybe consider, for the purposes of this goal, instead just upgrading your own subscription. Or subscribing yourself if you've never subscribed, if you normally just gift subs. Because that'll help us get this goal. And that'll be a tremendous difference. If we can reach that threshold for 3 months in a row, that's like a 40% increase in net revenue. That's why you're tier 3. Exactly, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. Yeah. So we got it for November. We got it for December. We blew it out of the water in December. And this month, we are on track to get it too.
So if by the end of January we've got this, then it's mission accomplished there. You know? So yeah.
Rough math on how many streamers this is actually going to help. There's not a lot of public data on how many subscribers streamers have. Twitch Tracker shows some data,
Yeah.
but it only
There you go,
counts
Lenita.
on
Yeah,
1,000 subscribed streamers. And when I went to the very bottom of that list, it looks like ranking 1,000-ish is getting anywhere from 600 to 1,000 subscribers, paid subscribers. Also, to give us like a lower number on that list, I'm ranked at number like 10,000-ish on Twitch Tracker, and I stream for 400 to 500 people on Twitch, and of my 330 subs, 103.
Wait, seriously? This guy has like a huge facility that he streams from, and like this is what he does 24/7. Like, and his concurrent, it's like that's barely double what I do. Not bragging here, not trying to brag, but wow. Huh. Interesting, with all that polish and everything. It's tough, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Let's protect our fossils,
Yeah.
because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Nerthos just converted from a Prime to a Tier 1 sub. Nerthos, thank you very much. Holy cow. That's going to help us get ever closer to our goal. Also, thank you for that, Nerthos. Very thoughtful of you. So yeah, again, the Prime subs don't count toward that goal, but normal, like, recurring subs do, and Nerthos heard that, and thank you, Nerthos. I really appreciate that. I really do. I'm grateful. So thank you. Holy cow. The feeling's mutual, Nerthos. Thank you. Of you too. Thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, don't say your stream doesn't have polish. Well, I almost read that as Polish first. I'm like, no, I'm not Polish. I'm Puerto Rican, Dr. Irrefutable. I'm not Polish. It's spelled the same way.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Axeman at tier 3 right there. Axeman, did you just upgrade there too? Holy cow. Axeman, or were you at tier 3 before? You upgraded in December. Keeping it going though? Thank you, Axeman. Again. I really appreciate that, Axeman. Your continued support means a lot. Again, that's not cheap. It's $30 a month at tier 3. But that's the way that it works is a tier 1 sub is a tier 1 sub counts for 1 point. Yeah. Tier 2 subs count for 2 points. Tier 3 subs count for 6 points. So that's pretty impressive. So thank you, Axeman. Yeah. Maybe if you eat some pierogies on camera, your stream will have. Oh, there you go, Mayor Space. Maybe I should do that. I don't know if I've ever had a pierogi. As long as I've lived. No, I had to have at some point. I think I like pierogies. I think I've had some before. Yeah, they...
If Lordy shows up, you need to ask her to make me pierogies sometime. If Lordy shows up in the chat. But yeah. And pierogi are delicious. Oh, thank you, Jody Fish. Is pierogi the is that the plural and the singular? Is it like moose and moose? Like a dumpling, but all potato. That sounds phenomenal, Claire. I would love that. Yeah. Pierogi stream confirmed once 70-30 split goal obtained. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can have Laura make some pierogi. We'll see. Yeah. And Hugin's got a question about Procompsognathus and Compsognathus. Oh boy. That's a... There's a lot there to discuss, Hugin. Remind me, we'll get to that in a minute. But anyway, so let's continue this real quick.
Now, these numbers are all kind of questionable. Like, I don't know how I'm ranked number 10,000 or what goes into that. But based off some rough math with these numbers, I think it's safe to assume that the top
there you go, Dinosaur
5,000 to
Dave.
6,000 streamers will be getting into this Partner Plus program. And then considering that last month, May 2023, there were about 6.8 million streamers going live, that means that roughly just under 0.1% of streamers are going to be affected by this new split. As for the upper limit, where streamers are going to have some subs go back down to 50-50, in the US, if you have 2,380 subs, you bypass that $100,000 mark from subs, which means
that's not the word. That's not what the word bypass means. What he meant was exceed. Exceed and bypass are two very different words. Anyway,
that there are about 506 of the top streamers.
Anyway, this is boring. We're here to talk about paleontology, fossil science. You know, let's continue with that, shall we? That's what all of you came here for. I'll give you a link to this video if you're curious about the Partner Plus program and Senpai Gaming's thoughts on it. But yes, indeed, is what we're here for, Phoenix Firestar. Yeah. Spaces. Pro-Compsognathus, don't even get him started on anti-Compsognathus. And thank you, David656. It looks like we are going to make it. Again, not to count any chickens before they've yet emerged from their eggs, but... Yeah. But yeah. Dying of joy... I don't know who that is, Britt. But, And, wait, Britt, do you have a history there? I'm curious to... Throw some shade, Britt. Throw some shade. Go for it. You're in a safe space. I kind of want to hear your thoughts on these, Britt, as unfiltered as you want to be. Within the realm of, yeah. Offline. I look forward to that, Britt. Thank you. It's funny. I don't know. When I was at TwitchCon this year, it's my first ever TwitchCon experience, was this year in Las Vegas, and I met a bunch of really, really cool people. And I also met some people where it's like, why are you even doing this? You know? Not to be overtly negative or accusatory, but it kind of seems like some people who stream on Twitch or do other social media stuff, it's probably much more common outside of Twitch on other social media platforms, but some people just want to put themselves out there for the sake of like being famous and making money. And I'm not saying that those are bad things inherently, but for that to be your one focus, you know, it's like, aren't you passionate about anything else? Like, you're really doing this just for you?
I don't know. This stream, what we've got going on here, you know, all of... Oh, goodness. Forget that. That's not working. This is not about me, you know? This is about paleontology. It's about natural history, more broadly. It's about the natural sciences. It's about knowledge. It's about appreciating this incredible planet that we live on that has this long and fascinating history that goes back over 1 billion years to the origins of the first life forms on Earth, probably like 3.8 billion years ago. It's about why that's relevant to our everyday lives. It's not about me. Who cares about me? I'm just a guy. But I've been lucky enough to be able to pursue a career in fossil science. And I've found throughout that, in the many years that I've been doing that, that sometimes people like to listen to me talk about this kind of thing. And at first I was kind of bewildered by that. But then I realized that I could be an ambassador to fossil science for anybody who wants to come by and listen. That's what this is all about to me, and I assume to you too. So that's why I'm here, you know? If I were independently wealthy, if I didn't have to worry about bills or anything like that, if I had some sort of a trust or was an heir to a fortune or something, I would still be doing this. You know? Maybe not every single weekday, but like, I find tremendous fulfillment in doing this, and the fact that I'm able to earn a living doing it that's the reason why all of this works, because I am not independently wealthy. But yeah. If I'm exactly Tommy Platygus, if I were a rich man, yeah. Well, shoot, I'd have built a museum by now if I were. But yeah, Ice Allen says, I like that you stream your passion. Thank you, Ice Allen. And again, it's not... I don't know. I try and make it obvious that, like, when I'm talking about things... The topics that I choose to cover, I choose because they're interesting to me, but also I think that they're important, and I try and make it really clear that this is not a broadcast about me. Or my particular opinions about this or that. A lot of my opinions or my views on certain issues within fossil science, a lot of those are gonna be wrong. And I try and make that really clear, you know? Science is not supposed to be about individual people's personalities and their personal viewpoints, and science is about finding out what's real. And I try and make that a key point in these broadcasts, and I hope that comes across. I really, really do. Again, it's not about me. I think back to that moment from that video with Alfred Russel Wallace. Or, excuse me, Alfred Wegener. We just talked about Alfred Russel Wallace recently, which is why. Yeah, here we go. Where was that moment toward the end of this video that was really beautiful? Oh, man.
How did that come?
It was right before he died. Yeah. Hey, well, bit of a recap here.
Stratigraphic columns were extremely similar as well, and Wegener's...
So Alfred Wegener was this German scientist, trained as a meteorologist, actually. And he thought that the continents were not static, that they moved over time. And this idea was not well accepted when he first proposed it. But today we recognize that he was correct. And this kind of gets into this idea about, science is not about personal opinions or hunches or viewpoints. It's about the ideas. And we as scientists are like servants to these ideas. Or we're servants to the idea of truth, I guess. And hopefully our ideas that we have comport with the truth, but if they don't, we have to abandon them. Yeah.
Water, and they're exactly the same shape. That means that this is part of the structure of the Earth. How did that come about? Maybe the continents drifted apart.
It was radical because it was new. The Americans say the continents are fixed. Europeans think they move, but they think they move up and down. And Wegener says you're all wrong. Yes, they move, but they move horizontally, not vertically.
He would write a paper in 1912, and he said, I think everybody will really be happy. And of course, everyone wasn't really happy. Everyone became very unhappy.
There was a almost universal rejection of his theories to begin with.
Here's the problem. Scientists are very suspicious of fundamental novelty.
And
he was regarded as an outsider by...
That's a positive thing in science, though. That gum continent hold still. This is Mayor's face. Yeah, I mean, it is true that scientists are very suspicious of fundamental novelty. When somebody has some sort of a wild idea, we have to say, well, where's your proof? There's a phrase that we have in the sciences that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And Wegener, his reach kind of extended beyond his grasp. He didn't have extraordinary evidence at the time. That evidence would come later. He would be vindicated later on, but at the time, he didn't have that, aka Pixar didn't have an exactly Mayor's face, yeah.
The science community, because he had no academic credentials in that field, and so he was not considered qualified to make any statements in that field. What he was doing that was so different, though, was drawing together multiple lines of evidence, not just geology, but vegetation and paleontology. The botanical people responded very positively.
There's Alfred Russel Wallace there.
It explained the distribution of plants and animals over the world.
In different places on Earth, you saw virtually the same fossil records. The stratigraphic columns were extremely similar as well. And Wegener's idea, his big idea, was you could explain all of those things if the continents had moved.
So he would write a book in 1915.
Hey, Catatune,
well,
welcome.
This is wrong and that's wrong. And then he wrote another book in 1920. He comes up with the name Pangea. And then he wrote another one in 1922. And he kept fixing it and fixing it and fixing it. It's one thing to think of an idea.
Namalula says, on a side note, I was introducing you and your channel to my Japanese preschool and kindergarten. Namalula? Holy cow. I wish I knew more Japanese than I do, which is almost none. I did the Carnotaurus mating dance for them, and it was captivating like a ballet. That is awesome, Namalula. That is very, very cool. I don't know how to say very cool in Japanese, but very cool, Namalula. Very, very cool.
And it's another thing to work it out for 20 or 30 years.
That book's still
Sugoi, okay. Thank you.
Amazon.
Sugoi.
Continental drift was something he was interested in, but it was never the focus of his scientific life.
The Arctic pulled him back in. He was really too old, almost 50 years old.
He landed there with 98 tons of equipment.
And from the beginning, things didn't go well.
They had many things go wrong.
The base in the middle of the ice cap did not have enough food, and he said, this is my responsibility to resupply.
And he got several sleds together.
It's the worst conditions you can possibly imagine. His companions wanted to give up. And at twilight, Wegener said, let's go for a walk. So he took them out and pointed to the ice and pointed to the sky and said, We're trying to find out how all this works. It doesn't matter whether we live or die. The important thing is that the work go on.
And I guess that's why I love Alfred Wegener, because it's not really about himself. It's that he believes in science, a kind of great metaphorical expedition.
At the end of all this, they were able to supply the station at the middle of the ice, and then they got there, and there wasn't enough food to last the winter for all of them. Wegener said, I'm going to go back to the coast. He didn't like to ride on the dog sled. He liked to ski next to the dogs.
It's probably trying to make things easier for the dogs. Like, I can relate to that too. You know? Tommy Plodicus, thank you there
Tommy
for that.
Plodicus gifted a tier 1
gift
sub
sub
to
to Kepper. Man. Yeah. Some Minnesotan representation there. Kepper, enjoy the gift sub. Thank you, Tommy Plodicus. I appreciate that.
He had a heart attack and died. He's still there. The German government wanted to bring him back for a big funeral, and his wife said, no, leave him there. He's where he wants to be.
Yeah. Science is so cool because it gives us a way of learning about the natural world and learning about ourselves that goes beyond just the it goes beyond just the personal opinions or views or peccadillos of any one person. It's so much bigger than all of us. And as a scientist, you know, scientists do have egos. We are human beings. But in order to be a good scientist, in order to actually do science correctly, you have to a certain extent, put those things to the side. What actually matters is the truth. That natural scientific truth. We're trying to figure out how things actually work. And everything else, you know, needs to be subsumed to that. Any personal opinions or beliefs or suspicions or prejudices or anything else, you have to stuff those all down. Because you need to be dedicated to the truth. Facts, no matter where they lead. As a scientist, that's what it's all about. And I hope that I get that idea across here on these broadcasts. I hope that that's clear. I hope that all of you feel that, you know? Who cares what I think or what my opinions might be? What matters is the evidence. And if you take nothing else away from these streams, I hope at least there's that. Yeah. Never be a Marsh or a Cope. There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah. Yeah. And Psychanalyst, thank you so much for that ongoing support too. Yeah. Yeah. And Chewy says he gave all for science. Yeah, Alfred Wegener did. I'll give you a link to this video too, because it's beautifully made. It's lovely. And yes, you do, says Curtis Puckett. Thank you, Curtis. That means a lot to me. It does. Yeah, well, we did MetaZoo. We did it twice today. Excellent. Monday's the day we get to do it twice, if I forgot on Sunday. We looked at some videos. We could look at some fossil news, or we could go over some of those things that Dinosaur Dave shared with us. I think I should do that. First, real quick, I might actually take this new paper, just published today, I think, and I might save this for a discussion with Balint on Wednesday. But the evolution and diversification of growth strategies and abellisaurid theropods. Abellisaurs are these guys. Like Carnotaurus is the best known of the abellisaurs. They typically have long, leggy legs, extraordinarily short arms, and kind of a truncated snout. They've got these tall skulls like that. They're really interesting critters, the abellisaurs. And, this new paper in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology is unfortunately not open access, but as a member of SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, I have access to this. Log in. There we go. JVP Online Access. There we go. Oh, this is old. Hang on. Current issue. Order by newest first. Abellisaur. Shoot, this might be so recent that it's not even on the... Oh boy. It's not even on the JVP website yet? Oh boy. Okay. What are the author names? Yeah. Let's search this author name in there. There we go. Nice. Well, here is that PDF. Good stuff. Yeah. And I might want to go over this with Balint. That would be super cool. Let's read the abstract. Previous studies detected disparate parallel fibered or fibrolamellar bone profiles between noasaurids and abellisaurids, but did not include broader quantitative analysis. We described the femoral histology of a mid-sized abellisaur from the Upper Cretaceous Serra da Galga Formation, Bauru Group, southeast Brazil. Despite the harsh, semi-arid paleotropical context, our specimen shows a growth rate more similar to the Patagonian abellisaurids, challenging a previous hypothesis on environmental pressure selecting taxa with lower growth rates and parallel fibered bone tissue. We also bring data to bear on from several taxa to test the hypothesis of tissue differentiation within abellisaurid clades. Our logistical regression correlation analysis showed that the variation in histology noasaurids and abellisaurids can be explained by body size and phylogeny when considering fibrolamellar tissue, not parallel fibered tissue. A decrease in growth rate during the deposition of parallel fibered bone tissue may be an example of evolutionary convergence between noasaurids and some small-bodied sauropods. That's wild. Huh. Yeah, this is pretty in-the-weeds stuff, so I probably won't do this one with Balint. We'll do one that might be a little bit more... This is really interesting to me. I don't know if he'd be that interested in it. But deeply talkative. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. How do we do on our second Metazoa? Did pretty well, Hornsfin. I got it in 5 guesses, I think. Yeah. Oh, and Tommy Plodicus has got a dinosaur deep dive for us. Tyrannus. Isn't that a Shrike or something? Tommy Plodicus? I think it is. Yeah. Let's do that, Tommy Plodicus. Dinosaur deep dives are, for those of you who might be new, this is when we take time to look at a particular kind of dinosaur. We talk about what we know about it, when it was first published, what fossil evidence is available, all that good stuff. But for this one, Tommy Plodicus, the name is just to throw you off. I think it is a Shrike, isn't it? This is a living bird, isn't it? Tyrannus. Yeah. Hornspan says, I love that Danny can stream for hours and hours every day and we never run out of stuff to talk about. Of course not. There's just so much stuff. Tyrannus, I think, is a... It's some kind of perching bird, isn't it? I want to say it's a shrike. Oh, I was close. It's an eastern kingbird. There we go. Now it responds. Yeah, kingbirds, I think, are related to shrikes, aren't they? Yeah. Good stuff. The eastern kingbird. We've got kingbirds, and we've got flycatchers. Where are shrikes? Are they not related? Huh. Shrikes. Oh boy, are really far away. Never mind. Shrikes are super far away. Anyway, let's look at the eastern kingbird. Birds, of course, are dinosaurs. And, yeah. He was just chanting Tyrannus? No, Tyrannus is the genus and species name for the eastern kingbird. Trying to find you a decent video on these critters. Let's see. Let's try this one.
The eastern kingbird is one of the largest examples of the tyrant. The eastern kingbird is one of the largest
They've got some moxie. Tyrant flycatchers, right?
Being absolutely unreasonably aggressive, especially when it comes to territory. I personally have seen them pursuing migrating purple martins that were hanging out at least 100 meters above their territory. Part of them also comes from that little hidden orange crown on their head. Adorable.
Very cool.
Like all the other flycatchers, and as the name would imply, kingbirds are aerial insectivores, catching insects on the wing by actively pursuing them. However, not...
So this is super cool. They're like the fighter planes of the bird world, where they're intercepting insects in midair. That's how they catch their prey. Really, really cool.
An enormous amount is known about their physiology, mainly because they're maneuverable enough to largely avoid any misnets. So they're not caught very frequently. I mean, this guy's quite exciting. Once again, I don't really have much prepared because this capture caught us by surprise, and it wasn't one we were expecting. So I will do most of the...
So this guy just captures birds and talks about them?
The aggressiveness of the kingbird is
That's really
truly
neat.
legendary, and is reflected in unsurprising manner in its Latin name, Tyrannus, in the family Tyrannidae. I'm sensing a bit of a theme here. Most of the tyrant flycatchers are named for the imperious-looking upright stance they take while perched and surveying for food, but kingbirds clearly take that a bit too seriously. As far as aerial insectivores go, they have a surprisingly generalist diet. They prefer larger insect prey, which goes with their size, but they'll take bees and wasps just as happily as they'll take beetles and dragonflies. For the most part, they prefer more open habitat with lots of potential perches and can usually be found along fence lines or perched on shrubs. As you may have also noticed, this was a particularly uncooperative bird. Fortunately, I came up with a perfect way to commemorate its imperious demands for release. Enjoy.
God save the kingbird. Paleo salute. Yeah.
We tried.
Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. I'll give you a link to that video. Good stuff. We'll watch one more on the eastern kingbird here. Yeah, from the Cornell Lab of Ornithology. Look at that beautiful critter there. So this is a dinosaur deep dive. I should mention that birds, of course, are the only group of living dinosaurs. When that asteroid hit 66 million years ago, all of the dinosaurs went extinct except for a couple of lineages. Well, then Avialae. Avialae is a specialized group of theropod dinosaurs. Two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. Yeah. So dinosaurs start here. Everything that evolves from this ancestor is a dinosaur, by definition. That means that birds, which evolved from earlier feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs, birds are a kind of dinosaur. So, pretty cool stuff. Yeah. And what's the coolest dinosaur fact I've ever come across? That might be one of them, Powdered Hulk. The fact that dinosaurs never went completely extinct. A few of them managed to survive at the end of the Cretaceous period when that asteroid struck, and all the ones that survived were birds. Birds are living dinosaurs. The only living dinosaurs. Crocodilians and turtles and lizards and stuff, they are not dinosaurs. Crocodiles are over here. On this chart, anything that has a little leaf here means that group is still alive. So mammals are still around, like us. Turtles, still alive. Crocodilians, still alive. These various groups of lizards and snakes still alive, but none of them are dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start here. They're the only group of... Well, birds are the only dinosaurs, that little leaf. They're the only dinosaurs that are still alive. Yeah. Yeah. Another interesting fact, if we're looking for interesting facts there, Powdered Hulk, is that dinosaurs and our ancestors, the mammals, they both evolve around the same time. Maybe dinosaurs slightly before mammals, but for the vast majority of the age of the dinosaurs, dinosaurs coexisted with mammals. And our mammalian ancestors were all super small. None of them were larger than, certainly none of them were larger than like a raccoon. Most of them were about mouse-sized. For the entire age of the dinosaurs, for like 160 million years, mammals were like this, while dinosaurs grew to be the largest animals that ever walked the earth. This is basically what our mammalian ancestors were like. Little shrew-like creatures. And this is from PaleoStream himself, who showed up earlier in the chat. This is a piece that he did of Zalamdalestes, a little Mongolian Cretaceous mammal being pursued by a troodontid here. Yeah. So yeah. While dinosaurs ruled the earth, our little mammal ancestors have lived in their shadows. Yeah. And mammals are not a kind of dinosaur, or the other way around, no. So again, to go back to this, dinosaurs begin here. Mammals are way over here. Mammals are part of a separate group called the synapsids. So very early on, when animals first start living full-time on dry land and laying their eggs on dry land, unlike amphibians, as soon as they start doing that, they split into Sauropsida and Synapsida. So basically reptiles, including birds, and then on the other side, mammals over here. So mammals evolved from earlier synapsid relatives. Mammals are really nowhere close to dinosaurs on the family tree. And to get to dinosaurs, you gotta go up here, through the archosaurs, and there you get to dinosaurs. If that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah. So good question there, Narwhal. Yeah. And Jaded Fairy says, how do you define what a dinosaur is then? It's based on phylogeny. All classification of living things is based on what they evolved from. It's all based on lineages, based on their descent. You know? So in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur ancestor. A critter probably pretty similar to like Eoraptor. Yeah. Like this critter here. There is a model of an Eoraptor head shown life size. It's not a big animal. The first dinosaurs were very small. We think this guy's very, very close to the very base of that tree. It looks very similar to what the very first dinosaur would look like. The dinosaur that all other dinosaurs evolved from. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And so when we're classifying living things, it's based on, well shoot, didn't we just talk about this the other day? Didn't we find a good video about this? What's that? Is it here?
The further back you go on the map,
I wonder if this is going to be any good. Let's try this out.
in 1799.
So I'm going to explain the concept of phylogeny to you. For a lot of folks in this chat, this is going to be a refresher. But this is like the underlying, like, this is the most important concept in all of biology here, is evolution and common descent. If you don't understand this, you do not understand biology. And what's crazy is, like, most people in the United States, at least, do not understand this because it never gets taught properly in school. Because a lot of, like, religious fundamentalists are, like, really, really upset about this idea. They don't want it taught. And a lot of those people have a lot of power in this country, and they make sure that it doesn't get taught in schools. It's really bad for kids that, like, kids are not learning about this stuff. The underlying fundamental principle in all of biology. So, let's take a look.
A strange animal skin landed in the hands of biologist George Shaw. Studying its features, Shaw noticed The perfect resemblance of the beak of a duck engrafted on the head of a quadruped. So accurate is the similitude that at first view it naturally excites the idea of some deceptive preparation by artificial means. So basically, this thing seriously looks like a duckbill sewn onto some fur. That animal, the platypus, is very much real. And even weirder than Shaw realized, platypuses lay eggs. They sweat milk through their skin, and they're venomous to boot. They're also mammals like us, but they're a different kind of mammal. One
They're
that split off
monotremes.
from the rest
Yeah.
back when the dinosaurs were still around. Today, they are one of only 2 living members of that weird, wonderful lineage. We call the study of branching evolutionary histories like these phylogeny.
Yeah.
Paint a picture of our pal the platypus.
And every other creature on Earth. If you don't understand phylogeny, you don't understand biology. You know, this is extraordinarily important stuff. And I like this video so far. This is well done.
Like who their ancestors were, and why they look so distinguished today. And beyond that, phylogeny helps us understand all kinds of lineages to make sense of life's big, whopping family. Hi, I'm Dr. Sammy, your friendly neighborhood entomologist.
Oh, cool. He's an insect scientist. Neat. And this is cool. He's got a really neat background there. Never seen this before. Anyway, when we're classifying living things, what's important is not like whether they share certain characteristics. Those things can fool you. You know, whales are not considered osteichthyon fish, or they're not considered ray fin fish, excuse me, despite the fact that they also swim in the water and, you know, live in the ocean. They've got flippers, blah, blah, blah. Whales are a kind of artiodactyl mammal. Whales are hoofed mammals. Hoofed mammals, even though they don't have hooves anymore. Why are they hoofed mammals? Because they evolved from hoofed mammals. Why are they not ray fin fish? Well, because they didn't evolve from ray fin fish. So yeah. And I will link this video, Catatoon. Let's continue.
And this is Crash Course Biology.
There you go. Yeah.
I didn't get enough theme music last night.
Oh, this is part of that whole...
Extended family.
I think this might be that series that you could, like, subscribe to or something. Or anyway, they've got a budget here, which is cool.
It's full of second cousins you've never met and great uncles twice removed. Nobody's wearing name tags, and there's no auntie with an encyclopedic memory to tell us how we're related. But we humans make and share knowledge about the world by naming and categorizing stuff. Whether that's movie genres, art styles, or types of burritos. We slap name tags on life's diversity through taxonomy, systems of labeling and categorizing organisms.
So this system, devised by Carl von Linné, a.k.a. Carolus Linnaeus, I dude loved Latin. He came up with this kind of like category or series of categories for classifying living things. But he did this way back before we understood evolution at all. And so a lot of this is really kind of outdated. We still use this system here, but it's incomplete in that like family, order, class, phylum, kingdom, these are kind of arbitrary. Like one kingdom of living things is not going to be equivalent to another kingdom of living things. These are kind of like arbitrary levels, arbitrary ranks that we put things under, you know? Like one kingdom does not have the same number of species constituting it as another one does. That's not how it works. So yeah, you still have that memorized? Yeah, Jaded Fairy, it's important stuff. And this is like, if you do learn biology and classification in school, this is probably what you're learning. And it's frustrating to like a paleontologist or an evolutionary biologist or a zoologist probably. Because this is like super out of date. Even though we still kind of use it, it provides a very incomplete understanding. Let's continue.
For over 250 years, biologists have largely used the Linnaean system of classification. It files living things into groups called taxa, based on observable traits that they share. The sortings are basically a bunch of nested boxes. Species goes in genus, genus in family, family in order, and so on. But these taxonomic boxes are kind of subjective.
They are,
Boxes
yeah.
like genus or family, for example, can be very broad or very specific, depending on when in history they were coined.
Yep. And so for, for genera is the plural of genus. So 1 genus, 2 genera, 3 genera. When we're talking about dinosaurs, most of the time when we say a dinosaur genus, like Velociraptor or Stegosaurus or Pachycephalosaurus, there's only one real named species of Pachycephalosaurus. Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis. So most dinosaur genera are basically equivalent with a species, It's like when we say a dinosaur genus, there's usually just one species per genus. For some better studied dinosaur genera, sometimes there's more than one. We now have that for Tyrannosaurus, it looks like. We've got Tyrannosaurus rex. And now, as of a few days ago, we have Tyrannosaurus macraensis from earlier in time than T-Rex. It might actually be the ancestor of T-Rex. Anyway, you should go back and check out that video from Friday, the last stream that I did, if you would like the full skinny on that. But yeah, then we've got families of dinosaurs, orders, and then people like Bob Bacher have argued that, Dinosauria should be considered a class rather than just like a super order or something. But yeah. Anyway, it gets more arbitrary kind of the further up you move.
I mean, there is literally one family, France. More than...
Yeah, that's nuts. And Belent could tell you about that. Casey Snowart says, so what should we use instead? Well, we kind of use this, but it turns out that nature is much more like complicated and interesting than this simple, neat system. So we use this, but just with a lot of caveats. Anyway, welcome back, Casey Snowart. It's good to see you. How are you doing? It was great to catch your stream earlier. Can we get a shout out for Casey Snowart? I think that would be lovely. Go follow Casey Snowart if you'd like to see some really excellent zoological art. She was sketching some lions this morning, and they were exquisite. And these are just like, she called them simple warm-up sketches. And she's like, oh, don't pay too much attention to these. They're not very good. It's like, no, holy cow, those are really, really good. Excellent artist, Casey Snowart. Go give her a follow. She deserves a much higher view count than she currently gets. And she's fun to hang out with. So go give her a follow right now. Anyway, let's
than 12,000?
Continue.
There is literally one family, France. More than 12,000 species.
That's
but
nuts.
Just one family. Whose idea was that? And because Linnaean taxonomy often relies on physical traits to sort organisms, it can miss other less visible markers of relationship between species. Enter systematics, the science of categorizing organisms based on their phylogeny, that fancy word for evolutionary history. Unlike Linnaean taxonomy, which rested on how we humans historically named things, systematics works to uncover more objective data about how species are related. Biologists construct phylogenies by comparing the anatomy and DNA of different organisms. For example, sometimes organisms have common features because of shared ancestry, called
holy cow, like this is a difficult topic.
No expense.
Sloppy Salamander, thank you for gifting Casey.
Sub to Casey Snowart. They have given 12 gift subs in the channel.
I do really appreciate that. Sloppy, thank you for that. I appreciate your amphibian generosity there, Salamander. Thank you. Casey Snowart, enjoy the ad-free viewing experience for the next month. Thanks to Salamander there. Good stuff. As I was saying, this is like not an easy topic to cover, and like, especially since this is completely new to most people who are going to watch this, especially here in the US. There's a lot of concepts here, and like, he's doing a fantastic job of kind of laying them all out. Each one of these, you could have like a multi-hour video about each one of these little concepts. Like homologous traits are a good example. You could talk for days about this.
Organisms have common features because of shared ancestry, called homologous traits. Homologous comes from the Greek homologos, which means consistent. And with homologous traits, you see a consistency in the evolutionary blueprint. Like if a horse, a bat, and you walked into an X-ray machine, and no, this is not the setup for a terrible joke, you find the same basic bone structure in your arm, the horse's front legs, and the bat's wing.
Excellent example of, what homology is. I once made a worksheet for my students back when I was doing like a summer science camp. It had a bunch of different animal skeletons, and they're all like laid out, and I had the kids color in certain aspects of the skeleton different colors with crayons. So it's like, the upper arm, the humerus, make that orange, and then the radius and ulna make those yellow, and then the carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges make those, red or something. And so they made some really, really cool kind of connections here by doing that. Let me see if I can pull that up, actually. I haven't been able to find that original worksheet anywhere, but we have some footage of it in my welcome videos. And so I'm going to try and find one of those, and we'll see if we can pause on that precise moment. There we go. Yeah.
Then coronavirus hit.
Oop. There it is. Yeah, we were able to hit that awful fast. That's excellent. So here's my homology worksheet that I came up with. So we've got a T-Rex skeleton right here, Tyrannosaurus. We have Columba live, a pigeon. We've got a dog or a wolf, a turtle, a human, a gorilla, and probably a blue whale. That could be a fin whale, though. Anyway, so it said, make the skull blue. The vertebrae, this color yellow. Ribs, another color yellow. And there were some amazing realizations that the kids came to when they were making this. When they were coloring this in. When we got to the turtle, and they're like, well, where's the ribs on the turtle? And I kind of feigned ignorance here. I'm like, well, I don't know. Think about that for a minute. Where would the ribs be? You've got these different... You've got the same structures that are kind of molded and shaped in different directions for different creatures. They've evolved different shapes for these same features that they inherited. Where would it be for the turtle? And then I remember one of my kids, you could see her light up, and she goes, oh, the shell! The ribs became the shell. Turtle. She was 100% right. And just seeing that moment of realization there was so cool. It really was. And here, I think this was on Twitter just today, wasn't it? Let's see. There we go. Daily reminder that turtles are not inside their shells, they are their shells. And this person says, aren't we all? But, yeah. So there is a cross-section of a tortoise skeleton. And this illustrates it so well. So you've got the vertebrae right there. The vertebrae are on the underside of the shell. And then the ribs form part of the exterior of the shell right there. That's what we call the carapace. Those are modified rib bones and osteoderms that fit together like this. Isn't that neat? So yeah, this is homology. It's the same structures, just molded and squashed and shaped for different purposes. Different creatures have evolved different lifestyles, and their bodies have evolved to suit those lifestyles. I mean, isn't that neat? Really, really cool. And again, this is, yeah. Jaded Fairy and Heptacularaptor and Horns fan says, wow, how have I never seen this before? This should be in every single science class. If you're learning about biology, this should be like one of the very first concepts that you learn. You know? It's so fundamental to the very practice of biology. And yet it's not taught. You know? Yeah. And Holy Lipton says, so none of this information has any practical purpose in my life other than being so friggin'... No, it does have a ton of practical purpose. It's all in how you see the world, you know? A turtle is not some sort of like weird alien creature and it's like, oh yeah, they have a shell and like, who knows what that's about. No, you have some kinship with a turtle there. You've got those same bones in your body too. They just look different. And both you and the turtle got those bones from your shared common ancestor. This is why paleontology and evolutionary biology are so important to understand, is because they change the way that you look at the world. You're actually looking at the world in a way that you're understanding things beneath the surface that you didn't before. Gives you a much deeper appreciation for them. And I think that's just Gamera there, Mayor Space. But that is just Gamera, yeah. I said that before the message popped up. You said it was that just Gamera. See, same wavelength there, Mayor Space. Yeah. But yeah. Here, I'll show you another quick clip from a cool documentary here called Your Inner Fish with Neil Shubin about this idea of homology. Where is that? I'm looking for it here. It will come up. Talking about Richard Owen and comparative anatomy. Here it is. Yeah. Oh, but first... Here. So this guy here is a paleontologist. Neil Shubin. And comparative anatomy is one of his big passions here. And I think you'll see why. Hopefully you feel some of the same sense of wonderment. Here.
City of Chicago, with a room full of human cadavers.
Yeah.
It was more than a decade ago, and I just moved to the University of Chicago as chairman of the anatomy department. And I remember, hanging around with the students around the tables here, just getting to know them and letting...
Olivia Navi says, I love these streams. Oh, thank you, Lovey. I appreciate that. I love learning. I'm always trying to collect facts and information about anything and everything. But because school was so boring... I'm sorry school was boring. I thought I just didn't like learning for a long time. Oh, boy. I think sometimes schooling, especially here in the U.S., is kind of designed to... just make people placid, disinterested, go with the flow consumers. Or compliant workers also. Education should get you excited. It should get you to see the world in a new way. It should get you to question everything. And so often, especially here in the US, it doesn't. You know? And there are a lot of very wealthy people, especially in this country, who, you know, they just want compliant, quiet, non-questioning workers. That's not what education should be, you know? And it's such a failure of the American educational system. It doesn't go into, like, you know, it's not blaming this on individual teachers. Teachers are some of the hardest working, most underpaid and underappreciated people in this country. But shoot, if you had teachers like Neil Shubin, you know, people who are extraordinarily passionate about this and who are given the resources to be able to, like, teach people real science, you know, things would be different. I wish that all teachers in the US had the resources and the support and the freedom to be able to actually teach real stuff like Neil Shubin here does.
Wow, it's
yeah.
not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
Reanimated.
You blind me with science.
Science!
Reanimated. Thank you so much for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Casey Snowart, I think I agree. There's so many issues with the education system, and much of it, in my opinion, stems from a failure of society that trickles into the schools. Agreed. Districts are so afraid of being sued that they will bend over backwards to outside pressure and can't actually innovate in schools very easily. Yes, a big part of why I left the field. And teacher Ant, yeah, Casey Snowart. I mean, shoot, that is probably truer than you even realize. Yeah. Yeah, here's a clip. Speaking of homology. This is a clip from a documentary about the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial. Were you here for this, Casey Snowart, when we were talking about it? Back in September? We usually do streams about this in September, around the anniversary of Kitzmiller versus Dover. But yeah, oh yeah, shoot, all those clips, Casey Snowart, of, like, parents just going ballistic at school board meetings and stuff is nuts. And you were not here for this. Oh, holy cow. This is right up your alley, Casey Snowart. This is right up your alley. So this is from 2005, or this trial happened in 2005. There were some creationist parents who were upset that evolution was being taught in their school in Dover, Pennsylvania. And so they, it's a whole thing. Shoot, maybe I'll show you the very beginning of it. Yeah.
Pennsylvania. Like much of the United States, Dover has become a town divided.
I personally don't believe in Darwin's theory of evolution.
Saying that you don't believe in evolution is almost saying for us, well, we don't believe that the Civil War ever took place in the United States.
Dover is split between those who accept Charles Darwin's theory of evolution and those who reject it.
And it's not Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. It belongs to all of us now. Everyone who studies evolution, this is, you know, it's Charles Darwin's, it's Alfred Russel Wallace's, it's George Gaylord Simpson's, it's Stephen Jay Gould's, it's everyone's. Holy cow. Like, Darwin's theory of evolution. It's like saying, oh, well, you know, this is Newton's physics. We don't want Isaac Newton's physics taught in our school. It's like, no, physics it's a thing, you know? There are thousands of physicists studying it around the world. Don't call it Newton's physics. It's Denver's and Liz's. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. And shoot, we just got a Ko-Fi donation, didn't we? That tune. Thank you very much. A little appreciation for your work here on Twitch. Putting back some fun. and sense to education. I appreciate that, Catatoon. I really do. Thank you for that support, Catatoon. Helps keep me going. I appreciate it. Yeah.
And that rift between science and scripture nearly destroyed the community.
Oh boy.
Signs of trouble first appeared after a Dover high school student painted a mural showing the evolution of humans from ape-like ancestors.
And Casey Snoward, I think you'll in particular appreciate this, because this is a high school student who painted this mural, and it's beautiful. Really, really well done. And look at what happened.
It was a lovely piece of artwork, very well done artistically, and it did not offend me in any way.
But some in Dover were offended by the idea that humans and apes are related. And that mural was removed from the classroom and destroyed. Flames soon spread to the local school board.
So it not just destroyed, it was literally burned. Yeah.
Angry that only Darwin's theory of evolution was being taught, the board required students hear about a controversial idea at odds with Darwin called intelligent design.
To just talk about Darwin to the exclusion of anything else perpetrates a fraud.
But many say intelligent design is the fraud.
It literally is.
Design is a science stopper. It makes people stupid.
Yep.
11 Dover residents sued their school board to keep intelligent design out of the classroom. And almost overnight, Dover was catapulted to the front pages of the nation's newspapers and the front lines in the war on evolution.
Trials tear communities apart. They set neighbor against neighbor. Nobody wants to do this. You do it when you have to.
With Dover split down the middle, a federal court would decide if intelligent design is legitimate science or religion in disguise.
Yeah.
And
so anyway, this documentary is about that trial, and there's some background on it. But one of the key witnesses in this trial was paleontologist Kevin Padian, who's a colleague of mine from Berkeley. I'd like to say he's a friend of mine. I don't know Kevin that well, but I've known him for a long time. And yeah, he's the same. He is the dirter guy. I'm. Let's see. Can we find that clip before we go back to? Yeah.
I'm in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right?
So here he is in a documentary about pterosaurs from the mid-90s.
First thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as pancake, and it's like it was just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's a very this bone comes from the upper arm.
It's a humerus right there, humerus bone.
The bone wall is so thin; it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yeah, paper towel tube, aka a dirter. That's the official term that we use here on Paleontologizing.
Dirter. Things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dirter in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yeah. Incredibly thin bones on pterosaurs, aka pterodactyls. But yeah, here's a clip with Kevin Padian, who is called as an expert witness in this trial.
Mammals. And how surprisingly, whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence, and we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
Yep.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species.
Yep.
Resulting in a picture of gradual evolution just as Darwin proposed.
And Celtic Elephant says, now we have the genetic evidence as well. Exactly, Celtic Elephant. Exactly. Yeah. And shoot, I mean, where is that part right here? It's immediately after this that that we have a nice little soundbite that fits in with that Celtic Elephant. So let's continue. Yeah.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before?
Yeah.
The reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
The reason that I'm here talking about this, about, going back to this video here, talking about phylogeny, talking about homologous traits, talking about evolution, is because here in the U.S., you could be an extraordinarily intelligent person, very, very well educated. You might have like a real broad classical education, and you might never learn about this stuff. Because, as Kevin Padian said,
Darwin proposed.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how
Yeah.
come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
it's incredibly frustrating to people like me who devote our lives to studying these things. Going out into the Badlands for months at a time and digging up these fossils and then transporting them back to the laboratory, cleaning them, preparing them, studying them, photographing them, analyzing them, publishing on them, and then oftentimes the general public never hears about it because it offends people that have particular beliefs, So yeah. Tomas says, doesn't this anti-evolution problem still exist? Oh yeah. And it's getting worse in some areas, for sure. It's interesting because some of the people that were really pushing for creationism in public schools, they've since moved to other things in the educational system, where they're trying to raise a big fuss about, teaching about slavery and stuff like that, where they don't want slavery, the history of slavery in the United States. They don't want that taught in public schools. Stuff like this. So they've kind of moved on to some other topics because this particular court case did not go their way. But 001059, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But yeah. And Rayhodactylus says, that's what my research is, the overlap between various forms of science denial and historical revisionism and so on. Well, here is a link to this video right here. This one, I think a couple different awards. This is from PBS Nova. But if you're not familiar with the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, Rayhodactylus, this is right up your alley. You too, Casey Snowhart. Yeah. Anyway, and Jody Fish says they've got a fringe around here. These people I was talking about, trying to teach that the black people from Africa volunteered to work here to make things better back in Africa. Oh boy, Jody Fish. Yeah, it's nuts. Just I don't know. There are a lot of people who want to teach garbage science and garbage history in schools, and they've got a tremendous amount of influence here in the United States. So yeah, and there you go, Horns fan. I mean, creationism and anti-vaccination rhetoric goes hand in hand. That is that Venn diagram has got it's got more overlap than underlap, if that's even a word. But yeah. Anyway, and covering the Scopes trial, Dr. Irrefutable, unfortunately, that was 99 years ago, and I wasn't born yet for the Scopes trial. But, there were some very qualified reporters who covered it very well back. No, I'm kidding, Dr. Irrefutable. But yeah. I'm sure next year in 2025,
That'll be the 100th anniversary of the Scopes monkey trial. We'll be talking about that a lot. This is kind of, this is the Scopes trial of our era. The Kitzmiller versus Dover trial here.
We knew all this. The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
And yeah, so Rhachodactyl, of course you know about this already. I'm sorry, I'm not used to having, like, specialists here in the chat. That's awesome, Rhachodactylus. Yeah, you know all about Kitzmiller. But yeah. The current SCOTUS will overturn the last... Yeah, dinosaur... Don't get me started on the Supreme Court. Oh, boy. I've had more respectable Supreme stuff from my local Taco Bell, you know? Basura. Bunch of jokers.
Katetoon gifted a tier 1 sub to Rako_Dactylus.
And thank you, Catatoon. I appreciate that very much. Catatoon, thank you. Rhachodactylus, enjoy not having to watch any ads. But yeah.
Court took a break, and I remember the judge saying something like, biology class adjourned, for lunch. And he was, smiling, and it was clear that we had the judge interested in science.
I'm a professor of integrated biology.
Lawyers for the parents may have impressed the judge and reporters.
Yep.
But many in Dover wondered, why is evolution taught as fact if it's just a theory?
Maybe Darwinism is the prevalent theory out there today, but it is a theory. It isn't a law of science. It isn't, a fact. It is a theory.
We just wanted alternative views talked about too. We weren't saying don't talk about Darwin. Talk about Darwin. It's a theory, but that's what it is. It's not Darwin's law. It's not Darwin's fact. It's Darwin's theory.
To say it's
Oh
just
boy.
a theory.
He doesn't understand what theory means. A theory is the highest status that an idea can achieve in biology. That's the creme de la creme. That is the... You can't get any better than theory in biology. That's what it is. Shoot. Yeah.
It is really a bit insulting to science because in science, the theory holds more weight than just a fact does.
Absolutely.
Here I think the term theory needs to be looked at in the way that scientists consider it. A theory is not something we think of in the middle of the night after too much coffee and not enough sleep. That's an idea. A theory in science means a large body of information that's withstood a lot of testing. It probably consists of a number of different hypotheses and many different lines of evidence. Gravitation is a theory that's unlikely to be falsified, even if we saw something fall up. It might make us wonder, but we try to figure out what was happening rather than immediately just dismiss gravitation.
Facts are just the minutiae of science. By themselves, they can be right or wrong. But a theory is something that's been tested and tested over and over again, built on, revised. It continues to be reworked and revised.
And so I think it's important to point out that in science, the word theory has a totally different connotation than it does in normal parlance. In everyday speech, the word theory is, like, I've got a theory about, who ate my burrito out of the break room fridge, Like, that's an idea, like Kevin Padian said. In science, a theory is it's a massive explanatory framework for hundreds or thousands or maybe millions of facts and observations and hypotheses that have been confirmed. They've been unable to be falsified after repeated testing again and again and again and again and again. That's what a theory is. Evolution is a theory. The germ theory of disease, gravity, is a theory in science.
So yeah. What's Danny all mad about now? Lordy, we were talking about you earlier with somebody in chat brought up, I don't remember how we got onto it, but pierogi? Would you make me and Io some pierogi sometime? Because chat is convinced I would love that. So anyway, yeah. Anyway, let me scroll up because I think I missed some things. Racodactylus says, there's no real hierarchy, though. All hypotheses are theories because theories are coherent explanations that make predict. I would disagree pretty strongly with that, Racodactylus. At least in evolutionary biology, a hypothesis is a really, really small thing. Theory is something that's huge. Much, much grander scale. Unless somebody is talking in a colloquial sense, then maybe they say, like, oh, I have a theory about this. But at least in evolutionary biology, theory is huge. Hypothesis is something small and granular. It is kind of different in other fields of science, maybe, but like that's the way that we use these terms in evolutionary biology.
Right or wrong.
Yeah.
But a theory is something that's been tested and tested over and over again, built on, revised. It continues to be reworked and revised.
Dr. Miller, would you agree that Darwin's theory of evolution is not an absolute truth?
Well, I certainly would, for the very simple reason that no theory in science, no theory is ever regarded.
The Klotzian sense for theory is defined by both a hard core, the common components of the theory, and what you termed auxiliary hypotheses. So that's more of like a physics-guided approach, Reiko, I think. And we kind of have a different way of looking at things in the biological sciences. I could be mistaken, but I think that what you're going on is more... I don't know. It almost kind of gets into like Karl Popper and stuff like that. And kind of defining our terms in like because Karl Popper himself, this philosopher of science from the early 20th century, chat, he famously said that he wasn't sure that like evolution was a scientific idea, and it's because he's going on this idea of like falsification and I don't know. It was a very limited way of looking at things. Being too nitty-gritty about the philosophy of science. Yeah, Racodactylus, it's... I don't know. Yeah. Got a paper under revision at a philosophy journal about the philosophy of science. You're arguing that science fraud should count as pseudoscience. Interesting, Racodactylus. You're talking about, like, p-hacking or, like fraudulent data counting as pseudoscience? That's interesting. I don't, like, viscerally, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'd call that pseudoscience. It's just bad science or scientific fraud. But I don't know. Yeah. Data fabrication to begin with, but I leave the door open to questionable research practices like p-hacking. Interesting, Racodactylus. Interesting. By the way, are you familiar with Massimo Pigliucci's work on the philosophy of science? You probably are. You know a lot more about this than I do. Philosophy of science is not my wheelhouse. You know, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, but I try and have a good grounding in this kind of thing. And there's this book that I really, really like. Yeah, Nonsense on Stilts, How to Tell Science from Bunk. It's a bad title, but really good book. And a lot of my understanding of the philosophy of science and the demarcation problem and what is science and what is not, etc. A lot of that came from this book. I think Pigliucci's a pretty clear thinker on a lot of these topics. And he also really strongly advocates for the importance of philosophy in science, too. Which you and I both know there are many scientists who just go like, oh, philosophy. You know, we're scientists. We don't need philosophy. But, like, no, that kind of underpins so much of science. And I think Pigliucci does a pretty good job of
of advocating for that position. So you cited that in your paper. Excellent, Rhacodactylus. Super cool. Yeah. Anyway, it's only the mother of all sciences, says Nerthos. I think I'd be inclined to agree. But yeah. Anyway, it's good to have you here. Let's get back to this. But yeah. I'm at the Paleontolog to see what's there. Catatoon. I always saw Popper's essays as a way of limiting the view to get back to something, thinking things anew. Yeah, I've not actually read a lot of Popper's original work, Catatoon. I've just read summaries and stuff. But, like, it didn't seem like he really understood evolution. And as somebody who studies evolution, that kind of gets my hackles up and makes me go like, oh, shoot, can I really take anything you say seriously? If you're so wrong about this thing, that's my thing? Maybe I should be a little bit more generous toward Karl Popper. But, yeah, Rhacodactylus, it's great to have you here. That we get on discussions like this fairly often. So, yeah. Let's continue with this video, huh? And then we'll get back to phylogeny after.
Regarded as absolute truth.
There we go.
Over and over again, built on, revised. It continues to be reworked and revised.
Dr. Miller, would you agree that Darwin's theory of evolution is not an absolute truth?
Well, I certainly would. For the very simple reason that no theory in science,
provisional
no
truth,
theory is ever regarded as absolute truth. We don't regard atomic theory as truth. We don't regard the germ theory of disease as truth. We don't regard the theory of friction as truth. We regard all of these theories as well-supported, testable explanations.
And Levy and Avi, you and me both.
Natural explanations for natural phenomena.
Should we regard...
Sometimes, you know, people get old and they get crotchety and... I don't know. Most scientists do their best work when they're young. And then later, some scientists even become crackpots. I mean, shoot, look at, what's his name? Fred Hoyle became like a total crackpot later on. You know, famed British astronomer, you know? Fred Hoyle was turned into a real piece of work later in life. And sometimes the world just kind of leaves you behind. And I'm kind of afraid that's what's happening to Dawkins now. I hope that's not the case, but kind of seems like it. And I've heard this from some other biologists as well. They're like, yeah, Dawkins is kind of off his rocker nowadays. Yeah. Arthur Conan Doyle. Yeah, it happens to writers as well, Golganek. Yeah. But yeah.
Darwin's theory of evolution as tentative?
We should regard all scientific explanations as being tentative, and that includes the theory of evolution.
Science is about discovering the unknown, what we don't know. I don't focus on what we know.
There's Neil Shubin again.
I want to find new things that tell me about what I don't know.
As the plaintiffs testified, that quest to investigate the unknown has led to the discovery of some of the strongest evidence for evolution.
Yeah.
Darwin was convinced that species evolve over time through natural selection acting on inherited traits. But he had no idea how those traits arose, or...
This is scientists make the worst witnesses. Well, I mean, yeah, we are very cautious with what we say oftentimes, to the point where we're very unwilling to go out on a limb or assume anything. And so, yeah, we can make bad witnesses, especially on paper.
Or how they were passed from generation to generation. When 20th century scientists discovered the role DNA plays...
And Rhacodactylus says scientists are also not used to people engaging in bad faith, so they get bamboozled easily in legal or political situations. Exactly. Shoot, I was just talking about this with a friend of mine the other day. I went to visit him in San Francisco on Friday, and we were talking about how, like, so many scientists science kind of relies upon, or at least there's a general understanding of arguments in good faith.
There's an understanding that we're all on the same team at the end of the day, and we're trying to find out how the natural world actually works. And so when you have somebody who comes in and they're willing to just outright lie about something, then shoot, that we're not used to that kind of thing, you know? Because we as scientists, it's like that's the worst thing that you could possibly do. But in something like, I don't know, in other fields, let's say law or theology or something like that, you just make stuff up. And, you know, that's kind of what so many of these things are built on. Science is not supposed to be like that. And we're not very good at the whole cloak and dagger thing either. With like, you know, sometimes occasionally you'll get like a bad actor in the sciences and he'll like steal other people's data, or he'll, you know, find a way to like scoop you on some discovery or something like that. And we're not used to doing that. We're used to sharing things openly and honestly and like, you know, basking in each other's enthusiasm and like feeling that sense of camaraderie in the sciences. And I don't know, I guess to go back to like something that Dawkins says, like in a world of doves, a hawk can really take advantage. That's kind of how it is in the sciences. And that is sometimes why scientists don't make very good witnesses in a courtroom setting, unless you know how to work with them as a lawyer, I guess, is because we're like unwilling to say that like, oh yeah, well, this is absolutely true. It's like, well, we don't have absolute truth is the domain of philosophers, you know? We deal with facts in science. Absolute truth is something that it's kind of too wishy-washy for us, you know? In some ways, if it's not like measurable and quantifiable, then it's like it's not even worth talking about. Does that make any kind of sense? I hope it does. Yeah. Yeah, Real Man Grow Beer says, it's like the clickbait thing, 10 things scientists don't want you to know. Scientists always want you to know what they're working. Exactly. You know, this is our passion. This is why we get out of bed in the morning. Of course we want people to know about that. Oh, man, and both I and Balint from Science Streams, who is himself a molecular and systems biologist, we talk about this kind of thing all the time. How, like, we as scientists are really, really enthusiastic to share our findings with the world, to get people interested in and enthusiastic about what we do, because we're enthusiastic about it and interested in it. We want to share that with everybody. Science is, I don't know, as scientists, we are naturally inclined toward having open minds and open hearts. And so sometimes we're easy to take advantage of in other settings where that is not the norm. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, and David656... Gender does not refer to human male or female. Gender is like there's societies where there's more than just male or female. David656. Oh boy. I'm not going to get into a whole discussion here about how gender is a human construct and does not exist in the animal world.
One of the most singular
But, oh boy.
All my distinguished
Nuznix, thank you for the follow.
About my work. What did you want to show?
Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Huge hawk catching a pigeon in my backyard, then a crow salvaging what was left. After the hawk was gone, such an exciting... That's a really cool Sunday afternoon Catatune. Holy moly. Really, really neat. That's awesome. I wish I could have seen that. I saw some birds today, but they were, It was not as exciting as that. I photographed a gull today for Thursday Birds Day. But yeah, let's continue.
In heredity,
Yeah.
arose, or how they were passed from generation to generation.
Yeah.
When 20th century scientists discovered the role DNA plays in heredity, They founded a new science called genetics.
Yep.
Put Darwin's theory to the test.
And Celtic Elephant was talking about this. This is... I said that we were going to segue into this through this video, Celtic Elephant? Yes. Yeah.
Virtually every cell in every living thing contains chromosomes, which are made of densely packed strands of DNA that function as a blueprint of the individual organism's characteristics.
Yep.
During reproduction,
again, this is like
chromosomes from
super
each
basic
parent
biology here.
replicate and shuffle their parts to produce new chromosomes.
Yep.
Then each parent passes chromosomes to offspring. But the process is imperfect. Along the way, DNA is subject to random mutations or mistakes, giving each offspring its own unique.
Oh, cool cartoon. Cool, cool, cool.
Sometimes this produces characteristics in offspring that are benign. Other times it produces harmful characteristics, like a misshapen wing. But occasionally, the process gives rise to a beneficial trait. For example, a butterfly whose coloration mimics another species that tastes bad.
I don't know if there are cells that don't have... Oh, cells that don't have chromosomes. There are some... Is it keratin cells? No, they have chromosomes too. There are some... It might be white blood cells, or it might be red blood cells that are non-nucleated, or something like that, Mayor Space. Somebody correct me here. Somebody in chat knows the answer. Where are some human cells where they don't have chromosomes? It's got to be either white blood cells or red blood cells, right? Yes, Diagonal. Red blood cells in mammals are non-nucleated. Thank you, Diagonal. There's not going to be a lot of... There's not going to be the same kind of genetic material in them because they don't have a nucleus. Yeah. Mayor Space, thanks for posing that question. Yeah, good stuff. I love how we all learn things on broadcasts like this. Yes!
To birds.
Yeah, here.
Like a misshapen wing.
Yeah, not a good trait.
The process gives rise to a beneficial trait. For example, a butterfly whose coloration mimics another species that tastes bad to birds.
Oh, and by the way, shoot. That's why I remembered that. Oh, man, we'll get into it in a minute if I remember, but Joseph Leidy, who was the first, he was one of the first American paleontologists. We did a big stream for his 200th birthday. Back in September. It was September 9th, I think it was. He was the first person in the United States to ever be able to, or the first person in history who ever solved a murder mystery using a microscope. And it was because there was this guy who was accused of killing somebody else, and then they found him with blood on his shirt or his apron or something. And they're like, well, look, you killed this other guy, and, he's got blood all over him. And he said, no, this blood was from, I was slaughtering chickens. That's what the blood is from. Joseph Leidy was able to examine the blood from his garments, find out that those blood cells did not have nuclei in them, because in mammals, red blood cells don't have nuclei. In chickens being dinosaurs being kind of reptile, they do have nuclei. But the blood, there were no nuclei in those. That was mammalian blood. That was human blood. That's how Joseph Leidy was able to figure that out. Yeah, so big salute to the father of American microscopy. Some call him the father of parasitology as well. Some call him the father of American paleontology. This man did a lot back in his day. Joseph Leidy. He was a genius, Lenina. Yeah. Here's a link to the Wikipedia page there. Yeah, forensic biology. Exactly, Celtic Elephant. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Anyway, let's continue this.
About 100 years after Darwin proposed that natural selection acts on new traits appearing in a population, genetics revealed the biological mechanism that gives
There we
rise
go.
to those traits in the first place.
Yeah.
And therefore you could say that when modern genetics
There you go,
came
Casey
into
Snower.
being,
I don't know.
everything in Darwin's theory was at risk.
Yep.
It could have been overturned if it turned out that genetics contradicted the essential elements of evolutionary theory.
So this is the thing, is that, like, Darwin came up with these ideas a long time ago, before we knew anything at all about DNA, genetics, anything related to that. And this was like, you know, it could all have fallen apart. With the discovery of DNA and genetics and like how traits are actually passed along from generation to generation, this was, you know, this was the crucial moment. And it could have demonstrated that Darwin was completely wrong. But no, the evidence all lined up. He wasn't wrong.
But it didn't contradict them. It confirmed them in great detail.
Yeah.
And as Miller would testify, a genetics paper published less than a year
This is
before
super
the
cool.
trial had confirmed what has long been the most inflammatory part of Darwin's theory, the common ancestry of humans and apes. That paper explored a curious discrepancy in our chromosomes.
I was talking about this last Wednesday with Belinda, actually, about the different numbers of chromosomes, and this is what I was referencing, if any of you remember that.
The cells of all great apes, like chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans, contain 24 pairs of chromosomes.
Yep, 24 pairs. And, here, let's go to the great apes here on our Tree of Life real quick. Hominidae, the hominids, which includes us. That's down here. There we go. The great apes. Chimps, orangutans, gorillas, and humans. So, a little bit more focused in, we get to the African apes. Orangutans are not our closest relatives. They're out here. They're an out branch. Get to the African apes. And there's gorillas there. And then you get to this clade. This is us and our two sister species, bonobos and chimpanzees. There's us. So if we are actually related to these animals, chimps and gorillas and orangutans, that should be really obvious from our DNA, right? From our chromosomes. But there's something interesting going on. Take a look.
These gorillas and orangutans contain 24 pairs of chromosomes. If humans share a common ancestor with apes, you'd expect us to have the same number.
We don't.
But surprisingly, human cells contain...
How many chromosomes, how many pairs of chromosomes do human cells have, chat? If you've ever taken a DNA test, you might know. Yeah, 23 and me, exactly, Mayor of Space. Yeah. You got it, you got it. Here. So, 23 and me. This is like a popular genetics testing company, brand. That's named after those 23 pairs of chromosomes. We don't have 24, we have 23, which is weird, right?
Contain only 23 pairs.
Yeah.
The question is, if evolution is right about this common ancestry idea, where'd the chromosome go?
Yeah.
Well, evolution makes a testable prediction. And that is that somewhere in the human genome, we ought to be able to find a piece of Scotch tape holding two chromosomes together, so that our 24 pairs, two of them were pasted together to form just 23.
Yeah.
And if we can't find that, then the hypothesis of common ancestry is wrong and evolution is mistaken. Next slide.
To solve this riddle for the court, Miller would show how scientists discovered traces of our evolutionary past buried in the very structure of a chromosome carried by all humans. Typically, on the ends of every chromosome, you should find special genetic markers, or
There you go,
sequences
Celtic
of
elephant.
DNA,
Yeah.
called telomeres. And in their middles, you should find different genetic markers
Called middlemeres. No, they're called centromeres because they're in the center. Yeah.
called centromeres. But if a mutation occurred in the past, causing two pairs of chromosomes to fuse, we should find evidence in those genetic markers. Telomeres not only at the ends of the new chromosome,
But in the middle, too.
but also at their middles.
Yeah.
And not one, but two centromeres. Finding a structure like this in our chromosomes would explain why humans have one pair fewer.
Oh,
than
no,
great
shoot,
apes.
Casey.
And if we don't find that, then evolution is in trouble. Next slide. Lo and behold, the answer is in chromosome number 2.
And there you go, diagonal. Yeah,
All
tele
of the
meaning far.
marks
Yep.
of the
Like
fusion
television.
of those chromosomes predicted by
To
common
look from
descent and
afar.
evolution.
That's the thing in what's it? In German, the word television is like very literal, right? Doesn't it mean just like seeing from far away? What's the German word for television? But yeah, telo means far away. Yeah. And Fernischen. That means like far seer. There you go, Gene One. Yeah. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Good stuff. Centromeres in the center. Telomeres, distant. Telo, distant, far away.
The marks of the fusion of those chromosomes.
Yeah,
predicted
dust sucker.
by
I
common
like that,
descent and evolution.
Rhacodactylus.
All those marks are present on human chromosome number 2.
And
So
there you
the
go.
case is closed in the
Cool,
most
seal, yeah.
powerful way.
Yeah.
And that is, the prediction of evolution of common ancestry is fulfilled by that lead pipe evidence that you see here, in terms of tying everything together. That our chromosome, formed by the fusion from our common ancestor, is chromosome number 2. Evolution has made a testable prediction, and it has passed.
So, modern genetics and molecular biology actually support evolutionary theory?
They support it in great detail. And the closer we can get to looking at the details of the human genome, the more powerful that evidence has become.
Pretty cool.
Darwin didn't even know about molecular biology and DNA, yet that's
Yeah.
where some of the most profound evidence is being uncovered today. Think about that. That somebody in the 1800s made predictions that are being confirmed in molecular biology labs today. That's a very profound statement of a very successful theory.
Not a single observation, not a single experimental result has ever emerged in 150 years that contradicts the general outlines of the theory of evolution.
Yep.
Any theory that can stand up to 150 years of contentious testing is
pretty
a
solid.
good theory. And that's
Oh,
what
yeah.
evolution is.
And the deep understanding of evolution, as proposed by Darwin, has with genetics unlocked many of the secrets of life.
It's an explanatory framework within which all the rest of biology fits. Right? It's something that we use in practical biological applications, medicine, agriculture, industry. When you're getting a flu vaccine, that really depended upon evolutionary knowledge.
Yep.
In many, many specific ways, evolution makes a practical difference. It's not just something that happened in the past, evolution's happening now.
So if evolution has stood up to all this scrutiny, what about intelligent design?
Oh, spoiler. It's I'll give you a link to this documentary because it's pretty wonderful. But yeah, things do not go well for intelligent design. There's essentially two ideas in intelligent design that are more like kind of loose inferences than anything else. There's the idea of irreducible complexity, which is basically like, well, something looks really complicated, so it couldn't have arisen by natural means. And it just doesn't hold up, you know? It's more of like it's what it is an argument from incredulity, which is like, well, I don't see how that could work, so must not be real. It's like, no, it's just because you can't Just because, like, you don't understand something doesn't mean that it's not real. Yeah, there's that, and then there's, what was the other chief argument that they have? Oh, appearance of design, where it's like, oh, if something is complicated, then it looks like it's designed. It must be. And it just doesn't work, you know? So, yeah. Why is it called intelligent design in the first place? Because creationism had already, you know, been roundly rejected in court. Here's a clip about that.
Knowing of pandas and people would be central to the case, Nick Motzke...
Of Pandas and People was the book in question here. And actually, if I could get myself a copy... I have a copy of it. Well, I have a PDF of it. Anyway, Of Pandas and People is the intelligent design creationist textbook that the creationists were trying to put into public schools.
He investigated the book.
When the court case was filed and pandas was adopted in the policy, it became clear that pandas was going to be the representative of intelligent design for the purposes of this case. And so the history of that book became important, the arguments it made became important, and we undertook to dissect these various aspects in preparation for the case.
Motzke dug into pandas, examining it page by page, and scouring the internet to see what he could unearth about its history. Rummaging through the NCSE archives one day, Motzke came across a creationist student newspaper from 1981. At the bottom of the front page, he noticed a tiny article with a headline announcing, "Unbiased biology textbook planned."
Oh, you gotta love it. Unbiased. It's always opposite day in creationism.
And that article mentioned that a man named Charles Thaxton, now a fellow at the Discovery Institute, was working on a book that would present both evolution and creation.
The academic editor was Charles Thaxton, who was the editor of the Pandas book. So it was clear that that ad was referring to the Pandas project. What was interesting is that it talked about
Salamander.
Creation and evolution instead of the later terms intelligent design and evolution.
Beautiful book. Saurian.
If they could show Pandas started
Salamander.
out as a creationist book, that would suggest intelligent design is simply creationism repackaged, and therefore inherently religious. Motzke emailed this information to Eric Rothschild, who immediately issued a subpoena to the publisher of Pandas for any drafts the book went through before printing.
Yep.
In a few months, they received 2 boxes of material. The lawyers sent them to Barbara Forrest, a philosophy professor and author who has been tracking intelligent design for years. She was scheduled to testify in the trial.
And again, I feel really lucky in that, I don't know, maybe in spite of my background in the sciences, philosophy I think is still really important, and I appreciate that. I don't know much about it, but I at least have an appreciation for the importance of philosophy. A lot of my scientific colleagues don't necessarily. And that's partly because, like, to a certain extent, I kind of grew up in, like, a creationist context. Like, I was taught creationism in school. And I think that's affected my view on these things. Like, I recognize that I recognize the importance of addressing these things. A lot of scientists never had to deal with that growing up. I did. And I think I recognize how it can warp people's perspectives. And Casey says it's understandable that you have a strong reaction to this stuff. It's really directly impacted you. It has. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Racodactylus says, it is a shame. I'm thankful that in my department, cognitive science, we are intrinsically interdisciplinary, and our faculty overlap with our new philosophy department a lot. That's really cool, Reiko. That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm trying to fight the good fight, Heptaculoraptor. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Those 2 boxes contained about 7,000 pieces of paper.
And here we go. This is where there's that smoking gun showing that intelligent design really is just creationism repackaged.
Sit down with those documents
Yeah.
and just start flipping through them, which is what I did, day and night.
After much digging, she hit pay dirt. Buried in these documents were 2 drafts of pandas straddling the 1987 case of Edwards versus Aguilard.
Oh boy.
The Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional to teach creationism in public school science class.
Yep.
One draft was written before the case, and the other revised just after.
So, this is what we might call like a turnover event? Well, actually, no, that's not a good analogy in evolutionary biology. Anyway.
In the first 1987 draft, which is the pre-Edwards draft, the definition of creation reads this way. Creation means that various forms of life began abruptly through the agency of an intelligent creator with their distinctive features
already intact, fish with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks, and wings.
The same definition in this draft, after the Edwards decision, reads this way. Intelligent design means that various forms of life began abruptly through an intelligent agency with their distinctive
features already intact, with fins and scales, birds with feathers, beaks, and wings.
Same definition, just one is worded in terms of creationism, the other one worded in terms of intelligent design.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Creationism relabeled. Never in our wildest dreams, though, did we think that this would actually be recorded in paper in a way that could be documented in a court case.
And it gets better than this. Holy cow, it gets better than this. Oh, man. Check this out. Check this out.
And that became probably our best single piece of evidence at trial.
Barbara Forrest's testimony would make a strong case that the Dover School Board was thrusting religion into the classroom. And in comparing the Of Pandas and People drafts, Forrest discovered that the authors had apparently made their revisions in haste.
Oh, it's so good.
In cleansing this manuscript, they failed to place every word properly. I found the word creationists, and instead of replacing the entire word, they just kind of did this. And design proponents with the C in front and the ISTS in the back from the original word.
So the correct term for this transitional form is co-design proponentsists. And everyone now refers to this as the missing link between creationism and intelligent design. You've got the direct physical evidence there of a transitional fossil.
Yep.
Barbara Forrest's testimony not only traced the creationist lineage of pandas. Citing a Christian magazine's interview, Forrest let one of the intelligent design movement's own leaders, Paul Nelson, speak for himself.
Oh, boy.
The question he was asking
there you go,
is intelligent design just a critique of evolutionary theory, or does it offer something more?
Yeah. But yeah. Oh, man, Rufo. That's exactly what I was talking about, Rhacodactylus. Yes, that guy is a real piece of work. Yeah. And there you go, delusionism. Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing, too, is that, like, if you actually talk to biblical scholars and, like, serious theologians, they'll tell you that the book of Genesis is not supposed to be a history book. You know?
Claire Burr has arrived with 2 raiders.
Claire Burr, thank you for that raid. How are you doing, Claire? It's good to see you here. How did your stream go? I hope it was fun. But yeah. So yeah. Rhacodactylus says, so the creationists lost Kitzmiller, but they moved on to other pastures where they are succeeding. Yeah, it's nuts because, like, some of these same folks are people like Christopher Rufo are, you know, they're trying to alter school curricula in other ways. They're trying to introduce textbooks that say that, like, oh, you know, black people in the United States, they wanted to be slaves, you know? And they actually had it really good. You know, slavery was a good thing. Stuff like this. It's nuts, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Look into the new College of Florida because, holy moly, yeah, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Does it offer something that humankind needs to know? And this is his...
Here we go.
Paul Nelson speak for himself.
Yeah.
The question he was asked was, is intelligent design just a critique of evolutionary theory, or does it offer something more? Does it offer something that humankind needs to know? And this is his answer, quote, easily the biggest challenge facing the ID community is to develop a full-fledged theory of biological design. We don't have such a theory right now, and that's a problem. Without a theory, it's very hard to know where to direct your research focus. Right now, we've got a bag of powerful intuitions and a handful of notions, such as irreducible complexity, but as yet...
What I just told you about irreducible complexity, this idea that, like, if something's complicated, that means it had to have been designed from the top down. It couldn't have ever arisen by natural processes. That's irreducible complexity.
No general theory of biological design, end quote.
Yeah.
The evidence she brought into that courtroom really exposed...
Do they talk about the Wedge document here, too?
...of the intelligent design movement. In a
They
way
do, yeah.
You know, she used their own language, things that they had written and said, to show that they themselves knew that this isn't science.
Yep. But you can reduce the complexity. Exactly, Celtic Elephant. Exactly.
And on the stand,
Yeah.
Michael Behe was asked how he would define science.
Dr. Behe, using your definition,
Catatune, thank
intelligent
you.
design
Holy cow.
is a scientific theory, correct?
Yes.
Under the same definition, astrology is a scientific theory, using your definition, correct?
Using my definition, a scientific theory is a proposed explanation
Catatune, thank you.
focuses or points to observable
We're not going to get depressed
physical
here.
data and logical
Yeah.
inferences.
Thank you,
There
Catatune.
are many things throughout the history of science which we now think to be incorrect, which would fit that definition. Yes, astrology is in fact one. So
Oh, boy.
the ether theory of the propagation of light, and many other theories as well.
The ether theory of light has been discarded.
That is correct.
But you're clear. Under your definition, the definition that sweeps in intelligent design, astrology is also a scientific theory.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
You know, when you loosen the rules around what is science and permit the supernatural, permit deities, you are really destroying what makes science so vitally important to the progress that our civilization has witnessed over the last 400 or 500 years. You're going back before the scientific revolution.
Yep.
And, you know, that's a pretty scary thing.
With the scientific revolution, the work of Galileo, Newton, and others banished supernatural explanations from science. But some think the supernatural still has its place.
At the very beginning of genetics, the idea of there being a hereditary factor that somehow was responsible for the traits that we have, but one couldn't quite identify what the factor was. That was also initially regarded as supernatural as well.
And then it was found out not to be. This is this, like, God of the gaps idea. And, like, it's appalling to me that I don't think this guy's arguing in good faith. Like, he has to know on some level that he's incorrect about this. He has to recognize on some level that this is not a good idea, because if you are somebody who is actually earnestly religious, if you actually believe in your heart of hearts, you know, that that your religious beliefs are true and that your deity created everything, well, it's like, well, you wouldn't try to make that deity smaller by relegating it to the gaps in our knowledge. You know, like he's saying, well, you know, before we actually understood how, you know, how things were passed down through heredity, that was originally regarded as like a supernatural idea. It's like, well, that's only because we didn't understand it, you know? You could say that, you know, lightning and thunder are because of the gods, but in some way that makes the gods very small, doesn't it? Because once you actually figure out what makes lightning and thunder, once you figure out, you know, these meteorological concepts like static electricity in the atmosphere, you know, generates lightning. You have this discharge of electricity, and then the strike of the lightning, that sound is thunder. Suddenly, your deity doesn't have any place anymore. It's been explained away. And you would think that guys like this would have caught on to this idea at this point. But they still try and take their god and make it smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Just try and like squeeze it into the gaps in our knowledge and go, well, we don't understand how this particular thing in science works yet. Oh, so it's got to be God. It's like you are shrinking your god down to the point where he doesn't even exist anymore. How incredibly disrespectful is that? It's just shameful. Like, how do these people, how do they sleep at night? I don't understand it.
At the very beginning of genetics, the idea of there being a hereditary factor that somehow was responsible for the traits that we have, but one couldn't quite identify what the factor was. That was also initially regarded as supernatural as well.
Yeah, and there was a lazy argument then, and it's the same kind of laziness that you're employing now.
So it's not that supernaturalism hasn't been part of science. In fact, it has been, and it's often led to very fruitful results.
It's been the wrong part. You know, it's been the lazy, stupid answer. You know? The lack of self-awareness here is mind-boggling. Like, what a mediocre mind you would have to have in order to say this sort of thing with a straight face. Just kind of failing upward throughout your career and then just saying this nonsense on camera. Despicable.
And it seems that the evolutionists want to, in a way, ignore or marginalize that very important part of the history.
Oh, boy. And then this is where it gets really nefarious. Holy cow. Yeah.
Forrest testified that the intelligent design movement's goals are not entirely scientific.
Not at all. Oh, boy.
Secret Discovery Institute document that
An alienated worker says, what's an evolutionist? Exactly, right, alienated worker? It's great to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm a paleontologist. I study evolution. I don't call myself an evolutionist. It's like these weasel words that creationists try and use, you know, to try and make evolution seem like it's some sort of a religious belief or something like that, in the same way that creationism is, you know? It's trying to, like, put us on the same playing field as them, you know? Because if they succeed in that, then, like, half the battle's over for them, you know? If we're, according to them, working on a level playing field, then, you know, of course their ideas are just as valid as ideas in science. Yeah. Rankodactylus says, I still love evolutionist. I'm also a gravitationalist and a thermodynamicist. Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
that had surfaced on
Yeah.
Their goals are listed quite clearly in the Wedge document.
Oh, boy.
Their strategy.
So the Discovery Institute, by the way, is, I think, isn't Christopher Rufo a fellow at the Discovery Institute? Rankodactylus, like you were talking about. So the same people who were like slavery apologists and stuff like that. Yeah, so Rankodactylus confirms. Yeah. This is their organization, the Discovery Institute in Seattle. Yeah. This was their, like, an internal document from them that was leaked. Yeah.
The movement's goals are not entirely scientific.
Oh, and shoot, before we get to that, let's go to Ko-Fi real quick. Thank you, Quill Seal. Here. Let's see what that was. Thank you, Quill. Just showing some appreciation on your work in science communication. Love it. Just unfortunate that, for me, it's always happening in the depth of night. Oh, sorry, Quill. If you gotta get to sleep, make sure that you get some good rest, huh? Thank you for your support, Quill. I really appreciate that. I'm also streaming a bit later today than I often do. We're almost at 5 hours here. So, yeah. But I appreciate your support very much. I'm grateful. Thank you for that. There we go.
That very important part of the history.
But Barbara Forrest testified that the intelligent design movement's goals are not entirely scientific.
Yeah,
and are spelled
oh
out
boy.
in a secret Discovery Institute document that had surfaced on the internet.
Yep.
Their goals are
Leaked.
listed quite clearly in the Wedge document. It's their strategy document that they drew up about 9 years ago in 1998.
I've said this before, but this reminds me of, like, you know, in your classic James Bond movies, where, like, the evil villain is like, you know, before I kill you, Mr. Bond, I'm going to tell you my evil plan. That's exactly what they're doing here. Holy Lifton, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you. Good stuff.
Holy Lifton just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Appreciate you, Holy Lifton. Thank you. This is the villain explaining their plan. Yeah.
Their goal is to completely overthrow all of the effects of evolution on society, which they think are uniformly negative. This document states that they want to completely change American culture back to what they believe is its properly religious foundation. They want every area of life to be governed by their particular religious preferences, and they're very clear about that in this document.
Yep.
According to the Wedge document, Darwin portrayed humans not as moral and spiritual beings, but as animals.
And that's also not true if you read about Charles Darwin. I mean, not to get it.
Leading people to abandon objective moral standards.
Oh, boy. Don't get me started on that, too. And how wishy-washy the moral standards are. Like, with a religious foundation, but yeah.
The document lays out an ambitious agenda to overthrow this legacy. To see intelligent design theory as the dominant perspective in science. And to see design theory permeate our religious, cultural, moral, and political life.
Oh, boy. They're plotting world domination here, you know? Yeah.
Though not written by Philip Johnson, the Wedge document is an outgrowth of a broader policy he conceived called the Wedge Strategy.
I know it can be made to sound like something sinister and conspiratorial, but the Wedge Strategy, as I've explained it, is quite simple and innocent. When you use a wedge to split a log, you start with the sharp edge of the wedge.
Yeah.
My job is to be the sharp edge of the wedge.
Because it's, again, this is so good for the log. The log wants this, and, you know, it's not at all destructive toward the log. Oh, boy.
I see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Spartan.
Society is the log.
Society is the log, yes, and they hope to be the wedge that splits it in half so it can be thrown into a furnace. After being desiccated and tried out, it can be fueled to everlasting fire. Oh, boy. Yeah, Spartan, thank you for the tier 3 sub, though. And you've been subscribed for 41 months. That is incredible, Spartan. That is truly amazing, and I appreciate your ongoing support. You've been such a stalwart supporter of this community, and it's a big deal, Spartan, and I'm grateful. Almost a whole year, right,
job
Casey
is to
Snowhart?
be the sharp edge of the wedge, to use my academic credentials and legal abilities to get some hearing for the proposition that there really is something fundamentally wrong with the Darwinian story. But I can't answer all the questions that arise. And so we need other people to form the thick edge of the wedge to take on the questions that do require scientific expertise.
But that's the thing, is they didn't approach this from a scientific standpoint. They didn't actually do any science. All they had were criticisms of existing science. They didn't actually do any research for themselves. All they had were these kind of wishy-washy ideas that didn't actually stand up to any testing. And because they couldn't actually do the work in the first place, and like get their ideas into scientific textbooks by actually publishing in science, by making discoveries, by doing the work, since they didn't want to do the work, they tried to achieve their goals through the court system. They tried to take a shortcut. And they were hoping to teach these things in schools, despite it not being established in science. But despite scientists not actually having done any of this stuff, you know? Catatune, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Holy cow.
Catatune just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for that support, Catatune. I do really appreciate that. There's 5 people in the chat who are very grateful. I appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah, and Codno says, at times an evolutionist might want to approach something from a supernatural explanation. What? First of all, evolutionist is like, that's not what we call that's not a thing. We're just scientists, you know? But I'll look past that. A scientist might want to approach something from a supernatural No, we don't. Because that's not science, Cosmos. It's not. You can't just... When I'm in the laboratory and I'm, looking at a particular result, or I'm examining a fossil and I'm asking, like, why is it like that? You can't use the explanation like, oh, it's magic. Like, you can't. That's not how science works. That's just not how it goes, you know? But yeah. And a creationist might approach something from a scientific standpoint, from the correct standpoint, Cosmos? I mean, science is science. It doesn't matter who does it, you know? Like, if a creationist... You can be a creationist, I suppose, and just do science, and you'll never run into any problems, you know? If you're only doing science, then that's fine, you know? Because you're doing science. And there are scientists like that who believe that, maybe they believe that, you can have all kinds of different religious beliefs and stuff like that. But it only goes against science when you try and use magic as an explanation. Or use, supernatural this and that, you know? That literally has no place in science, and it can't. It goes against the very fundamental principles in science. And maybe a good example of that would be... Here, let me see if I can find that. There we go. So here's an example.
I've never made a secret of the fact that I'm a Roman Catholic, and a long tradition of scholarship in the Catholic Church
This is
has
Kenneth
argued
Miller.
that truth is one, that science and religion should ultimately be in harmony. But that doesn't make faith a scientific proposition. I think, as many religious people do, that faith and reason are both gifts from God. And if God is real, then faith and reason should complement each other rather than being in conflict.
Darn straight. I agree with that. Yeah. So, yeah, anyway. But yeah. Rhagodactylus says tons of things can't be explained by science. Can't is a strong word. I would say haven't been yet. Because I've been wrong about stuff like this in the past. In paleontology. When I was a kid, everybody said, well, you know, we can't know what color dinosaurs were. And we'll never know. Science is powerless to explain these things. We'll never know what color dinosaurs were. So just dump out the whole box of crayons and just go nuts, you know? Now we're starting to figure it out. We're actually starting to figure out what color certain dinosaurs were based on preserved color cells and fossil integument and fossil skin and fossil feathers. So never say never when it comes to science, I guess. But yeah. Yeah. And Cosmos says, look, I'm not denying that I barely understand evolution, and that's true of most people, Cosmos. I'm impressed by that humility. That said, I do agree a lot of creationism is pseudoscience. I appreciate that, Cosmos. Yeah. Sometimes what one believes in cannot be backed up by science. That's why they call it faith, right, Cosmos? Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Yeah. That's, takes a big man to say that, Yeah. 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 Anyway, the whole reason we were talking about this in the first place is, like, unfortunately, when we're talking about homology, so much of this stuff is not taught in schools because the creationists have fought really hard to keep this kind of thing out of schools. But it's really important to understand, so let's finally get back to this video. We've been off on this tangent for like an hour or something.
Have common
Here we
features
are.
because of shared ancestry, called homologous traits. Homologous comes from the Greek homologos, which means consistent. And with homologous traits, you see a consistency in the evolutionary blueprint. Like a horse, a bat, and you walked into an X-ray machine. And no, this is not the setup for a terrible joke. You find the same basic bone structure in your arm, the horse's front legs, and the bat's wing. Different arrangement, same hand-me-downs from a common ancestor. But if you put a bird and a dragonfly in there, you'd see that their wings aren't made from the same stuff.
Different
They
stuff.
have totally different evolutionary origins, and so wings between those organisms are not homologous structures. But it's not always that simple to determine how organisms are related. Giant pandas also share their basic arm bone structure with us, plus a thumb-like appendage.
Yeah, the panda's thumb is so weird and cool. Check it out.
So you might look at a panda's paw and think, boom, samesies, we're close relatives. And while our thumbs do perform similar jobs, like firmly grasping snacks, our jointed thumb consists of several bones. A panda's thumb is actually a single wrist bone that evolved into a lengthened hook.
Yep. Yeah. So this is one of the carpal bones on a panda. That's not even a finger or a thumb at all. They already have a thumb. And they can't use it for grasping. It's not opposable. But pandas needed to be able to, like... Well, it was really beneficial for them to be able to grasp bamboo. And so they have a weird wrist bone that sticks out the side of their hand like that. And there you go. It is convergent evolution, Celtic elephant. Exactly. Yeah. There's thumb plus, the 5 plus thumb finger. Exactly. Yeah. And it is like a dew claw, Chewy. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And nice job catching the teleological language there. Thanks, Rhagodactyl. I don't know the terms for a lot of these things. You say teleological language, and I'm struggling to grasp what that is. But I hope that conceptually I'm catching these things, so I'm not falling into a lot of the traps that we have rhetorically about explaining this stuff. You know? Yeah.
So these are analogous traits. They look similar, but evolved independently. It's also why pandas can't play video games. So in addition to comparing physical similarities, biologists will use genetic similarities to construct phylogenies. This is based on the hypothesis that life runs on...
Oh, purpose-driven. Oh, thank you, Rhacodactylus. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I try and avoid that, you know?
A roughly regular molecular clock, meaning DNA and protein sequences have evolved at a relatively constant rate over time. So theoretically, the more genetically different two species are, the more time has passed since their most recent common ancestor.
And actually, Kraken Not Stirred says, with those fingers, pandas should be wicked guitar players. Well, let's look at that again. When you're holding a guitar, like, let me grab my ukulele right here. We'll examine that claim. I know you were joking, but there could be something interesting in here. There. I'm not going to play the uke right now, but I'm just going to take it out for... so I can understand this. I don't know. When you're playing a guitar or an ukulele, I guess if I had a... if one of my wrist bones here protruded out of the side and could go like that, then maybe I could hold the neck of the guitar or uke like this, and I could have all 5 of my fingers there for manipulating the strings on the fretboard here. Or maybe not, actually. I don't know if that would actually work that well. Yeah. But what pandas evolved that for is something very different. Just for grasping shoots of bamboo. Much simpler.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world.
T-Rex?
From the dawn of time. What
Holy moly.
What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
And do I appreciate that. T-Rex, thank you for the raid, and how are you doing?
Rex and their 74 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, T-Rex and raiders. How are ya? It is great to have you here. Let me put this away. I'm not playing this right now. Sorry. But, welcome. First of all, T-Rex, how did your stream go? I hope it was excellent. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaurs in particular, as you could probably guess looking at my office here. Welcome, welcome. I met T-Rex by chance at TwitchCon this year. I was walking down a hallway and I saw she had a Jurassic Park t-shirt on. And I said, hey, cool Jurassic Park t-shirt. And she said, oh yeah, dinosaurs are like my thing. And I said, no way, me too. I work on dinosaurs. I study them, I dig them up. Yeah. Anyway, awesome. And welcome to all you new folks. We've got Spilled Tea, Wine Media Mind, Badger Ben, Catastica. Why I had such difficulty with that. Thank you for the follow, Catastica. And Smaller Stormtrooper, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Mama6, for being here. And Abacus of Trollin. Rogue Orsini. And Jolly Roger Panda. We were just talking about pandas here. Jolly Roger Panda. We were just talking about them. We'll get back into this in a minute.
I'll just give you my message up front.
Yeah?
Try not to go extinct.
Here's my old boss there, Jack Horner. Abacus of Trollin, thank you for the follow. And Spilled Tea, thank you for the follow also. Welcome. How did the stream with T-Rex go? I hope it was excellent. Holy cow. I think we've got a welcome video here would be appropriate. Amazing like always? Excellent. Yeah. And very informative stream today. Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. Well, everybody, let's get one more shout out for T-Rex there. And Diddy1682, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let me play a quick video for you, to kind of introduce you to the channel, those of you who might be new here, and tell you what paleontologizing is all about. Like, what is a paleontologist doing here on Twitch? Well, I won't tell you. We're going to enlist a good friend of ours who is currently sneaking up behind me right now. His name is Previously Recorded Danny, and he is going to tell you all about this. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies, and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps, or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friend Ty-Rex for that excellent raid.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Kempster K, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate it. Also, thank you to Zaner727 for the follow 3 minutes ago. I appreciate that. Yeah. Good stuff. And is that a car cigarette lighter on your necklace? It is not, Diddy. No. This is a little glass jar that turned into a pendant. And, well, there's a command about it there. You know the asteroid that hit the Earth 66 million years ago and drove the dinosaurs, except for birds, into extinction? There's some bits of it in there. Yeah. And could a T-Rex get SARS-CoV-2? Thordal, I don't know. I'm gonna say no, because they're extinct. But yeah. Do birds get it? Can birds get COVID? Because if they can, then maybe a Tyrannosaurus could. They're both theropod dinosaurs. Birds and T-Rex. Yeah. And was it below the ash layer? No, this is the ash layer, Diddy. Yeah. There's a sample of the ash layer that I've got in here. We call that the Z-coal. Yeah. And H1N1, I think, was the swine flu, Casey Snower. SARS, I think, was, yeah, COVID is related to SARS. H1N1 was swine flu, I think. And how did I get that? Well, I was out in the field back in 2014 with some other paleontologists, and we had a visiting researcher. He came over from the UK, and he was looking in the KPG boundary. He was looking for evidence of lead in that. Let me see if I can find you a clip to help kind of explain this. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, here. Check this out.
The forams from a different ancient sea. Their fossilized shells formed these limestone rocks, which, like Gubbio's mountains, were once at the bottom of the ocean.
So, the way that we're able to, like, tell time in the rock record...
Over 1 million years of a geological time period known as the Cretaceous.
One of the ways is just to very carefully examine the layers, and sometimes you see dramatic changes in them.
Smith had also found a strange clay layer formed at the same time, which told a dramatic story.
Yeah.
Jan, what can we tell about
Here, I'll give you a link to this, Casey.
Well, you can see the end of the one world and the beginning of the next one. And you see there is a very sharp, extremely sharp dividing line between the two.
That gray band.
That's that gray band over there. At the bottom of that gray band, you see it's razor sharp.
And this reddish maroon rock, the oceans are healthy and steaming
They're
along just
healthy,
fine.
they're steady, they don't change at all. And all of a sudden we see a dramatic change, which we call the KT boundary.
Nowadays we call it the KPG boundary. The terminology has changed a little bit. It used to be Cretaceous Tertiary. Now it's Cretaceous Paleogene. Long story. It's not important for this, so don't worry about it too much. But that is that layer, the KPG or KT boundary, as we used to call it. This is found all over the world. If you have the rock record preserved from 66 million years ago, you will find this. Whether it's in Italy, whether it's in India, whether it's in Montana, you'll find it. My sample came from Montana. We had a researcher who was looking for, like I said, traces of lead in the KPG boundary because he thought maybe the asteroid would have had a lot of lead in it. Nobody had really tested for that before, so he went out and he identified where the KPG boundary was, because it's not always this obvious, and he took a bunch of samples so we could take them back to England. And but I asked him, like, when you go and find the KPG boundary and you're 100% sure that you've got it, can you, I gave him a bag. I'm like, would you mind getting some samples from? I'd love to have some. He's like, yes. Yeah. And why is it K and not C? Because we already had two other time periods that already used C. There was the Cambrian and the Carboniferous. So for Cretaceous, even though Cretaceous starts with a K, even though Cretaceous starts with a C, we use a K because it's to try and not be confusing. So you don't get Cretaceous mixed up with Carboniferous on geological maps. Yeah. And Diddy says, so this is present everywhere on the planet? Only in certain places. It has to be where rocks from this time are exposed on the surface. Yeah.
KT boundary, found at the bottom of this gray layer, marks not only the end of a period, the Cretaceous, but also of the Mesozoic era.
Yeah.
A much longer stretch of time. The history of animal life on Earth has been divided into three such eras.
And that is where Kreide, which means chalk, right, Gene-Wen? Yeah. Yeah.
Early life, or Paleozoic, the age of dinosaurs.
That's how cool kids spell. There you go. Nightly Fever, yeah.
And the era of mammals, or Cenozoic.
Yeah.
The Cretaceous Tertiary boundary lies right in between these two eras.
Yep.
Marked here.
Oh. And see? Cretaceous. And what's that in those parentheses right there? We've got a K. Yeah. And then Tertiary T. Tertiary, this term is kind of, we say Paleogene now. That's a long story. But yeah.
Marked here.
It's kind of frustrating too, because this video is not that. This is like they produced this video at the last moment where you could have still used Tertiary. It was like the next year or something we switched to Paleogene. So it's unfortunate that it still has that in it.
By this layer of clay.
And welcome, Ragnarocker. Good to have you here. Yeah.
What drew you to this boundary, Jan?
Well, Sean, we're looking here at the very topmost rocks of the Cretaceous. These rocks are literally packed with foraminifera. So we call this the Cretaceous, and these rocks here are the Tertiary. And the base of the Tertiary...
And Ragnarok, you just got here, and we just explained this like the minute before you showed up. So we already have Carboniferous and Cambrian, and actually, I don't know how do you abbreviate Cambrian? Carboniferous, I think, is usually abbreviated with a C, and they didn't want to double up, so they, Cretaceous is K, so it doesn't get mixed up with Carboniferous.
Tertiary consists of a dark gray clay layer, and there the life has almost disappeared.
Yeah, there's the layer.
It's just in between. I can point at it. It's right here where you see a contrast between the purple and the dark. It's an extremely sharp boundary.
And just across that thin little boundary there's this huge change in what you see in the forams. And why is that so stunning to you?
It's so stunning because there is no preceding evidence of anything happening there.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter if I take a piece here, a piece there, or just underneath what we call the KT boundary.
Beforehand, everything was just beautiful, you know? It was just,
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
That's what it was beforehand, and then afterward, apocalypse. It really was instant like that.
The foraminifera will remain the same, so they don't change overnight. And then, bang, they're gone.
So what's that tell you?
That tells me the base of the food chain of the oceans disappeared. And everything which is dependent on it is totally zapped right at the boundary.
Yeah.
In Amsterdam, the change at the boundary becomes clearer when Smit takes a closer look at the evidence.
Yeah, getting into the forams and stuff, it is pretty dramatic. But yeah, here we go. Why would there be that boundary there? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Hundreds of asteroids whose paths cross the Earth's orbit. Their sizes range from
Instant is several years. Well, yeah. Cool. See, well, it's instant in the sense that there was a discrete event that happened here, where like it was an instant when the asteroid hit, but it is, you know, when I say instant, I mean in a geological sense, you know, where when we say things that are, if something is immediate or very fast in geology, that could be thousands or millions of years. This really was just like a couple years, like it happened super, super fast.
Kilometers across.
So Luis Alvarez had this hypothesis that an asteroid or comet would cause this destruction. He had the clue, the amount of iridium at Gubbio. Under this hypothesis, it would be spread all around the world. So now he could calculate how much iridium there had been laid down over the entire Earth. Now, he also knew how much iridium there is in asteroids and comets, so he can now calculate the size of the object.
And we kind of skipped a step here, getting to the iridium part, and that was here, I believe.
In the surrounding.
Yeah, here we go.
And realize.
Yeah.
Prize winning out.
Yeah, Berkeley.
The key question was, how long did it take to form?
Oh.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And they're much smaller.
As soon as you see that extinction and you realize at the same time that the dinosaurs are disappearing, you know you're looking at something very important. But you see it and nobody has witnessed it. So we're looking for silent witnesses in the rock, and the first thing that comes to mind is this beautiful clay layer.
Yep.
A layer varying in color and thickness and found around the world.
So it's not found, you know, everywhere around the world because you don't always have rocks that are available on the surface from this particular time all around the world. But everywhere around the world that you do find rocks of the right age, you find this.
Walter Alvarez also believed it was a silent witness to the end of an era.
Yeah.
The key question was, how long did it take to form, for the world to change?
This is where I live. This is the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Thordal says, Danny, do you believe in panspermia? I'm not convinced by that idea, no. I don't see any reason why it's any more likely that life arose elsewhere and came to Earth. I am utterly unconvinced of that idea. I haven't seen any evidence that would sway me in that direction. But that could change. Yeah.
To find out.
And Quizil says, couldn't you actually do drilling to find that if necessary? Yeah, and they have done that in various places around the world. If the rock isn't exposed there at the surface, you know, if you have the KPG boundary from lower down, you can drill down and find it.
Help at the University of California at Berkeley from a Nobel Prize winning physicist. Someone he knew.
Oh boy. They have special parking spots. Well, la-di-da, I guess. I don't know. They probably mostly do this for publicity purposes. They can put this in the brochure for prospective students. It's like, look at all of the parking spots that we have on campus that are reserved for Nobel laureates.
Do pretty well. His father, Louis Alvarez.
No, but there you go, Reiko, yeah.
Mystery, no matter what field it was in. And that's how physics joined geology in the quest to explain the KT extinction.
Yeah. And there you go, Linear. Yeah, you know, don't park in the spot for the job you have. Park in the spot for the job you want to have. There's some career advice.
Alvarez looked at this layer, tried to
There you
figure
go, real
out
man, yeah.
how you could determine the time scale. He brought in his knowledge of astrophysics, his knowledge of nuclear physics.
Is that how you get your
and
car
realized
towed?
That there's an element that's relatively rare in the crust of the Earth. That
Yeah, well, maybe it's salamander. I don't know. Yeah. That will always end well every time.
occurs in meteorites.
Better yet, don't drive to campus. Take public transit. Shoot. There's a BART station, Bay Area Rapid Transit, like a block away from UC Berkeley's campus. That's how I get there. You know? Yeah.
The element was iridium, which falls steadily in an invisible rain of
There we go.
cosmic space dust. If the layer had taken thousands of years to form, Alvarez thought there might be just enough iridium to measure. But when the clay was tested, the scientists were stunned to find it contained 30 times more iridium than the surrounding rock. Moreover, samples from other KT sites had similar levels. Too much to come from ordinary space dust.
And I have that book here, Rhacodactylus. I'm just trying to find it. T-Rex and the Crater of Doom. But it is a good book. It is a good book. Here it is. Yeah. I don't have the dust jacket on it, but there it is. T-Rex and the Crater of Doom. Yeah. I read this back when I was like, I don't know, probably 11 years old. Liked it a lot. It's been a long time. I should revisit it. But good stuff. Yeah.
What could explain too much to come from ordinary space dust? What could explain so much iridium deposited around the world?
Yeah.
Perhaps a catastrophic event in outer space. Alvarez wondered if a supernova exploding nearby might be responsible.
So he asked me if that was possible. And I concluded that there was only one chance in a billion that such a supernova would occur that close in 100 million years.
A
So it probably wasn't that.
Would have also deposited a rare isotope, plutonium-244.
That's what makes this falsifiable. This is good science.
Revealed there wasn't any.
So, hypothesis discarded.
I suggested
Wasn't a supernova.
alternatively that it could have been an asteroid or a comet.
There are hundreds of asteroids whose paths cross the Earth's orbit. Their sizes range from a few meters to hundreds of kilometers across.
Anyway, that's what we think did it. If you type in !extinction, I have a little command about that. But, yeah. Yeah. And then going back to the Nobel Prize thing. Let me see if I can find you. There was a neat little snippet about this. With Richard Feynman. And he was talking about honors. I think it might be in here. Yeah, I think it's here.
Seek in science, finding the ultimate constituents of the world. In this search, Feynman is a celebrated maverick who was encouraged
So,
by his father,
famous physicist,
salesman, to confront conventional wisdom.
a member of this community encouraged me to get one of Feynman's books, and I have it somewhere here. I don't know where I put it, but it just arrived the other day in the mail, and I'm excited to read it. Whether you're in paleontology or in physics, you know, in science, I think we do have to have kind of a different way of looking at things from other people, and I think Feynman had some really, really cool things to say about that.
One Sunday,
So, yeah.
all the kids were.
It was 6 easy pieces, Rhacodactylus.
In the woods.
Yeah.
Then the next Monday, we were playing in a field, and the kid said to me, "Say, what's that bird? What's the name of? Do you know the name of that bird?" I says, "I haven't the slightest idea." He said, "Well, it's a brown-throated thrush." He says, "Your father doesn't teach you anything." But my father had already taught me about the names of birds. We walked and he says, "That's a brown-throated thrush." He says, "Know what the name of that bird? It's a brown-throated thrush. In German, it's called a Flügelflögel. In Chinese, it's called a Tinglong-tong. In Japanese,
I like that idea, salamander.
and so on. And when you know all the names in every language of that bird, you know nothing, but absolutely nothing about the bird.
Yeah.
And then we would go on and talk about the pecking and the feathers. So I had learned already that names don't constitute knowledge. It's the knowing the name of something.
And yeah, I think this is really true. I mean, sometimes when you're first learning about things, the names are the first thing that you learn. But, yeah.
That's caused me a certain trouble since, because I refuse to learn the name of anything. So when someone comes in and says, "You got any explanation for the Fitz-Clonan experiment?" I says, "What's that?" He says, "You know, that the long-lived K meson disintegrates into 2 pies. Oh, yes, now I know. But I never know the names of things. What he forgot to tell me was that knowing the names of things is useful if you want to talk to somebody else. So you tell him what you're talking about.
But the basic principle of knowing about something rather than just knowing its name is something that you stuck to, is it?
Yes, of course. You have to learn. These are kind of disciplines in the field of science that you have to learn. That to know when you know and when you don't know, and what it is you know and what it is you don't know. And
yeah,
it's you got to be very careful not to confuse yourself.
How else did he try and
progress?
Mold your methods of thinking, the way you looked at the world?
Well, we had a lot of little games, like he.
Yeah, and he's got this rant about the Nobel Prize and stuff like that, and it's, yeah, where was it? But that's the whole reason I pulled up this video in the first place. He talks about how he doesn't like honors. You know, honors is epaulets, and I'm not interested in epaulets. You know, I want to know how things work. And it's really helpful to actually have the captions here, and I'm glad that we can scroll through them like this, because I think this is powerful. And I feel like we're almost there. He's talking about some of the peculiarities and specifics of particle physics here, about quarks, and now, yeah, it's funny, Fred Hoyle is there too, and I think Fred Hoyle in his later years was kind of a crackpot, but yeah, he was an interesting thinker, I suppose, even if he got a lot of stuff wrong and was pretty arrogant about it. And shoot, maybe it wasn't in this particular one. Maybe it was in a different one. Shoot. Gosh darn it. Here. Let me check something else real quick. And yeah, Fred Hoyle was the astronomer who claimed that certain fossil birds had all been faked as part of some grand conspiracy. He was a weird guy, Fred Hoyle. I mean, anytime that you're like commenting on a scientific field that's outside of your own that you're not an expert in and you're making grandiose claims, that should be like a real cause for concern. Yeah. It's got to be within here somewhere. Yeah. Atoms. Fire, rubber bands, magnets. I like there's chapters. Electricity. Seeing things, big numbers. Ways of thinking. I don't think it's in here, actually. I want to say... it's in here. Oh, goodness. Holy cow, science streams! Holy moly, how are you doing, Balint? It's great to have you here. I was gonna raid you. Science streams, Balint, and raiders, how are you all doing? Dagon's Universe, it's good to have you here. Literation, Risto Rock, Magisterics. How are you all doing? It is great to have you here. Holy cow.
Streams is bringing the beat along with their 144 raiders.
Good stuff. We can go raid Moohoodles. That's a great idea. Balint, I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's good to see you. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I was trying to find a clip with Richard Feynman. Yeah. Here it is. So we spent much of today's stream talking about science and why it's important, how science is different from other ways of knowing, and how science is not about individual personalities or people or opinions. And so a scientist, you know, she might not be particularly interested in stuff like honors or accolades, because ultimately, as long as our like basic needs are taken care of and we've got food on the table and we feel fulfilled in our lives, you know, those accolades don't really mean that much. You know? And Richard Feynman in this clip talks about this a little bit. This is what I was trying to find.
About the Nobel Prize. I don't understand what it's all about or what's worth what. And if the people in the Swedish Academy decide that X, Y, or Z wins the Nobel Prize, then so be it. I don't like honors. I appreciate it for the work that I did and for people who appreciate it. And I notice that other physicists use my work. I don't need anything else.
And this, I mean, a big part of like paleontology, if work is regarded as important or like correct, what's the judge of that? Like, how do we determine that? It's, do other scientists use your work? Do they find it useful? If I name a new genus or species of dinosaur, you know, is it valid or not? We don't have like an official governing body saying like, oh, this dinosaur is or is not valid. The test of that is whether or not other researchers use it, whether it makes sense to them, whether it fits with their own findings. And if they continue to use that name, then, you know, it gets used more and more in the literature and it gets established over time. So I really like that viewpoint there, you know?
I notice a lot of the physicists
Yeah.
use my work. I don't need anything else. I don't think there's any sense to anything else. I don't see that it makes any point that someone in the Swedish Academy decides that this work is noble enough to receive a prize. I've already got the prize. The prize is the pleasure of finding the thing out, the kick in the discovery, the observation other people use it. Those are the real things. The honors are unreal to me.
Yeah. There you go. I like that a lot. And I think most scientists, at the end of the day, it's nice to get an award or something. But that's not what we're in it for, you know? Science is not about fortune and glory. The fortune that we seek is in understanding the natural world. Discovering things that nobody's ever discovered before, that's immensely fulfilling. That's what drives me, and that's what drives all the best scientists. Oh yeah, yeah. And it's good that that's what we see, because they sure don't pay us enough. Exactly, Racodactylus. Exactly. Yes. Oh boy. Don't get me started on that. But anyway, it's past 8 o'clock here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours at this point. It is time for me to wrap things up, but don't go away. We are going to go say hello to somebody else doing some science on Twitch right now. Moo Hoodles is currently on, and she is talking about the implications of Oumuamua and the panspermia. Interesting. She is doing some astrobiology right now, and so we are going to go raid Moo Hoodles. Let's put a Smilodon under our credits there. And, there we go. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for another wonderful stream. I hope you had fun today. I know I did. Talked about some fun stuff, some heavy stuff, too. Tomorrow might be a little bit more lighthearted. We'll go over some fossil news and do a bunch more Q&A and stuff. I'll show you how much more of our Dippy the Diplodocus has printed by then also. Everybody, thank you to everybody whose names are to everybody's whose name is appearing in our credits currently. Thank you. Raiders and followers, subscribers and cheerers, gifters and moderators, and of course, all of our chatters and question askers, and the lurkers too. Thank you for your interest, for your enthusiasm, for your support. Couldn't do this without you. And I'm looking forward to some more good science tomorrow. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Let's go see what Moo Hoodles is up to. All right.